We will start the business meeting as soon as David says we are ready.
We're all ready to go.
You ready to go? Okay. All right. To call to order the August 13th, 2025 Forest School District Board of Directors meeting at 9:05 a.m. And we'll start with a roll call of board members present. Alma Lozano. Here. Risa Franco. Here. Kate Glendeski. Here. Pete Truax.
Here.
Maya Andrade. And I am here, Christy. If we can all rise for the flag salute. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And I'm gonna look for approval, motion to approve today's agenda. So move. Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, we're gonna move to the consent agenda. It's made up of routine, non-controversial items to be voted on under one motion. Are there any items within the consent agenda a board member or the superintendent wishes to discuss separately? Seeing none. Sure.
I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
A second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. And we were gonna move on to really exciting oath of office for our new student representative. As board chair, I will administer the oath of office to Maya Andrade, student representative to the school board for the 2025-2026 school year. And so do we stand? Okay, we do stand. We don't all stand, sorry, just fine. But if other people would like to stand, it's okay, so. All right, I'm gonna read the entire statement and then have Maya repeat after me. I, Maya Andrade, will support the Constitution and the laws of the United States and the state of Oregon and will discharge the duties of student representative to the Forest Grove School District Board to the best of my ability.
I, Maya Andrade, will support the Constitution and the laws of the United States and the state of Oregon and will discharge the laws of student representative to the Forest Grove School District Board to the best of my ability.
All right, I think that's it. Sure. Really excited to have Maya on board. I've had the pleasure of already meeting Maya because she proactively came to the board last year and wanted to know how she could be more involved in the city and in the community. And both Mayor Wenzel and I have had a chance to kind of do a deep dive on her vision and thoughts for leadership. And so Maya, would you like to say anything about your role this year in the high school, just for people who are watching and what that entails?
Sure, so this year I'll be president of the school, so I guess president of the ASB body. Which just means I get to support all the students and leadership group and creating a better community for person.
Okay, awesome. Looking forward to that. And we're gonna move on to action items, special school. Actually, we're gonna do, I'm trying to fix the flow for myself when we do these things. So I'm just gonna introduce action item 1, Dr. Kim Shear, Director of Student Services.
Thanks. Student Services is requesting school board approval of contracted services for a special school placement at Clackamas County Educational Service District, Heron Creek, in the amount of $175,360 from September 2025 through June 2025. This request supports student specific educational needs as identified through their individual education program.
Any questions about that? Seeing none, and the other thing I'm gonna try is, instead of asking for a motion, which our mayor will tell you to, the mayor is usually and the chair are usually not the ones to make the motion or ask for the motion, but I think we're all, I mean, some of us familiar enough to just go ahead and feel like making the first motion in a second without them having to say, do I have a second? So we could try that to streamline things a little.
So moved, man.
Thank you. Second. All right, any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, motion passes. And also item 2 with Dr. Shear.
Thank you. So the district has a need to fill a 1.0 SLP position, that's a speech language pathologist. that this position's been open and we've been unable to fulfill it. We have hired all our other positions in-house, so we're excited about that this year. So we're requesting board action to spend up to $133,950 for the 25-26 school year. With contract negotiations with a qualified contracted service agency. The estimated cost of the contract, this will include salary and benefits, and current budgeted FTE would be converted to make that happen.
Any questions?
Well, I move to, approve, the contract staffing services presented by Dr. Shear.
I second.
And is Bethany, is that fine for the motion? We don't have to read it. We're good. Okay. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. And item number 3, we welcome. Do we welcome Director Clute?
Oh, Director Clute is not here.
That's what I thought, but you never know.
Yeah, unfortunately, he wasn't able to join us today, so I'll go ahead and take care of this.
Thank you.
We have a contract proposal here with Daikin Applied for the replacement of boilers and piping. We will be utilizing bond funds for this purchase in the amount of $569,135.
Any questions about that?
So moved. And here,
I second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
aye.
And opposed? Right, motion passes. Okay, thank you, everyone. There is no further business for this particular meeting. We will adjourn at 9:12 a.m. And we're just gonna take just a couple minute recess to switch over our YouTube and all that tech stuff, and then we're gonna get going with our retreat. So this is a great time to use restroom or snacks if anyone wants to. And we'll see you in just a couple minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The August 13th, 25 Forestville School District Board Retreat is called to order at 9:32 a.m. Roll call of board members present, Alma Lozano. Here. Teresa Franco. Here. Kate Grandelsky. Here. Pete Truex.
Yep.
Maya Andrade. Here. And I am here, Chrissy Cockney. The purpose of this retreat is to strengthen collaboration between the board of directors and cabinet team, review our progress, and set clear goals and expectations for the 25-26 school year. And I'm very excited to introduce Christy Perry, our consultant for today's retreat. Welcome, Christy, and thank you.
All right, well, it's great to be here and thank you for all your technology work this morning.
Yeah.
And what a great space in Forest Grove. It says something about your community when you drive into a place, you're like, wow, they have a place that people to meet and gather and it's nice and functioning and all that. So it's great to be in Forest Grove this morning. Just a little bit about me and Pete, I have to tell you, when you do the Pledge of Allegiance, behind me, I heard my high school chemistry teacher. Because it is never one nation under God, it's one nation under God.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
comma there, yeah.
Yeah, there's no comma in it, and that tells you the power of education, like my high school chemistry teacher, and I still hear it to this day when people put a pause, so thank you, Pete, for letting me relive that high school experience.
Oh, good, I made people think about high school chemistry. How fun is that?
Yeah, I know, exactly. Just a tiny bit of background about me. I spent 18 years as an Oregon superintendent. So when I was putting together the characteristics of highly effective boards, I can't help but draw my own experience. And my experience was both with small districts, Dallas, Oregon, and large districts, Salem, Kaiser. And the power of board governance in having a highly effective district cannot be understated. And so that you're taking the time to kind of regroup, get your new board members oriented, and to set your goals for the year is one of the really important qualities of a high functioning board. And you do make or break the experience for your superintendent, your community, and ultimately your students in the district. And while it feels perfunctory at times, or it might feel like you might be rubber stamping at times, the ability to remain focused on your strategic outcomes of the district and your students of the district. I'm so thrilled to have a student here with us today, so thank you for being here. Really do set the standard for whether your students will make academic gains or not. So never underestimate the importance of what you do. And it makes amazing superintendents like Suzanne want to come here and stay and lead the district over time. Interrupted leadership, which we see a lot in school districts in Oregon and throughout the country, interrupted leadership over time impacts student achievement. So when you find a good one, you want to govern well to help them be there. So also, I just want to point out, we do have cabinet members around the table today. That was on purpose because one of the goals was to strengthen your relationship with cabinet members. But when we talk about the board, I am talking about board members. We're going to ask cabinet to weigh in at times on things, but this is about your relationship as a team and your relationship as a team with your sixth team member, which is Suzanne. And the strength of the superintendent board team and the strength of the board as a team are what we want to focus on and what really matter. So cabinet, thank you for being here today. If it seems like they're kind of quiet and they're not participating in the discussion, it's because they'll be asked when it's their time to participate. So, but being around the table like this is great. Whenever, back to my days in Dallas, whenever we had really hard conversations as a board, we actually sat around the table, had difficult conversations. Often our cabinet partners were there with us at the table because we knew that sitting around a table, you got a lot greater knowledge and richer conversations than when we all sat formally in the boardroom and had our actions. So it's a great way to facilitate richer and deeper conversations. So with that, I just wanted to start with a little bit of kind of who you are. And we're gonna start with board members. Cabinet gets to go last, but I have 3 questions for you. And these are really around what make you, and they should be different for people. We don't want a school board where everyone is the same. We want a school board that is diverse in perspective, diverse in experience, and diverse in their strength. Because that's actually what makes a strong board. My hardest board member of my career was in my first 2 years as a superintendent. And he made me crazy, and I'll tell you to this day, he made me a better superintendent and he made the board better. And it was because he was very, very tuned into fiscal transparency, and he wanted our budget presentations to be better. And he dug in on that and worked on that with us for the entire time. And like I said, the board was better because he had that fiscal strength. And I was better because he pushed me to be better. So we don't want everyone thinking the same way. So the first question, and we'll just start around the room here. When are you at your best in a meeting? What conditions make you be best in a meeting? So I'll start with.
That's a good question. I'd say when there's like no reaction, there's listening. There's listening first, and then we can all kind of share a conversation versus having being in an environment where there's such a quick reaction to something that's happening.
Christie.
I think I'm at my best when we are tackling something really controversial and difficult, and I know that we're gonna move, because I'm excited, because it usually leads to change that we need. So I'm at my best when I know we're actually doing hard work that needs to be done, and we can get to the other side. So I come to those meetings very excited to participate in work.
Maya. You're part of the team, and I can come back to what I meant to think.
I'm not sure, I think I've been in many meetings. Let's see. Yeah, I really appreciate when everybody, like almost everybody is listening, but it also is a way to give in ideas and create different solutions to problems. Does that make me comfortable?
Okay. I'm best, in the morning or after a short nap.
Okay.
But I'm best when I have the materials and I'm prepared and the other board members are prepared, so everybody comes prepared. Then it's easier to have a really healthy discussion.
And is it Brisa?
Brisa.
Brisa, okay, I kept hearing Risa when people would tell me, so then I saw the B, I was like, Brisa.
I believe I'm at my best when I'm in a meeting that I feel welcomed in. And the like environment or culture can feel welcoming. It can be as little as a smile, it can be as little as like a head nod when someone is talking to you, or someone when you're talking and someone's listening to you. And just taking into account what I'm saying, and if someone disagrees with me, just knowing that I'm welcome.
Pete.
I think I'm best when I'm in a meeting where there is preparation and where there's mutual respect. If you don't have that, then some bridges to understanding get pretty much destroyed. Is that right, Ms. Cotton?
I concur respectfully.
Suzanne.
I think I am at my best. I'm gonna echo some of what we've heard. Certainly when we take a listening stance from the position of curiosity, trying to stay engaged and understand what somebody is attempting to communicate to us and attempting to understand their perspective even when we disagree. And for me, respectful behavior, even with those conversations that are sometimes hard, is critical to successful board superintendent relationships.
All right, so now we're gonna switch gears. What is one thing your board colleagues you don't think they know about you? Anything, can be anything. That's something they don't know about you. I'm gonna start with Kate. I did learn.
Well, there's a
my
few
meetings.
things. I'm not gonna tell you all.
You don't have to tell the whole story. Okay.
Well, I finally, took my ice skates out of my trunk of my car. I've been ice skating since I've been 3, and so I still ice skate.
That's great.
That is awesome. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, I'm 76 and I can still ice skate, but my husband makes me wear a helmet now. It's a little weird.
I wanna still be water studies at 76, that's my goal.
That's a good goal.
Teresa.
I have a love and fascination with animals. Particularly my favorite animal is a cow. But animals are my go-to. If I see a dog, I will go and pet it, no shame.
Yeah. That's awesome. All right, Christy.
No one knows this because this just occurred, but I was asked to be a fish influencer and to join a Burgerville, one of only 2 in the whole Northwest. You'll thank me later, to give feedback and become part of a fish focus group at Burgerville. And so that's right. This summer.
I did not expect that.
I know, Kevin and I had our 25th wedding anniversary, and then I was selected to come and participate in the fish group on the same week. And I said, the 2 most exciting parts of my summer are having this week, and he said, I know Burgerville's #1. I said, so. I got to be a part of a very diverse group and hear from the CEO about their mission and vision of sustainability and local support and environment and why they are needing to change the halibut sandwich, and then we got to give some feedback. And the whole group, including the second focus group, picked absolutely the opposite one that they were gonna go with, so thanks to us, I think we're getting.
When you go have a.
Sustainably sourced local black cod coming to your fish sandwich soon.
That's awesome. Suzanne.
Something the board doesn't know. Well, one of my go-tos is I practice several different martial arts. And so I'm very active within a small group of martial art communities in the greater Portland area.
Always fun.
Thanks for telling me.
Mutual respect.
Yeah.
Noted.
I always wanted Suzanne by my side. Alma.
I love to run. I'm a runner. So you'll see me occasionally, maybe in town, or I run Hag Lake. So I do enjoy running as a way for me to think by myself with nobody else around and any other chaos going on. My family thinks I'm crazy for doing it, but I run Hood to Coast. I think this is gonna be my 6th year doing Hood to Coast. Yeah, so I just like to run. When I was over in Austin, I looked before we made the trip, I looked up and saw that there was a half marathon, and so I really ran it. And just like traveling, wherever I go, I try to incorporate running in as well.
Maya.
I really love like learning new languages, and so I'll kind of make it my goal to learn a new word in a different language. And sometimes I sneak it in a lot when I talk. I'll sneak in like new words in. I think that's something.
What languages have you learned?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm fluent in any, right? It's like little pick up conversations and stuff. But so far, Turkish, Korean, Chinese, and Arabic this week.
Wow, that's great. That is great. That is definitely using some framework too. Yeah, that's really good. All right, Pete.
Before I got into education, I worked in radio journalism, place made for radio. And
But you got a radio voice.
did the old fashioned disc jockey stuff. Did news, did sports, did all that and enjoyed it, but also enjoyed the opportunity to go to schools and talk about journalism to various English classes in high school, and that piqued my curiosity, and my wife was a teacher, so there was a natural impetus to move towards education.
Right, last question. What superpower do you have that will be an asset to the Forest Grove School District? Like, what is your thing? And like, for me, I think my superpower is taking a lot of random big ideas and going, this is what we should do. That's my superpower. So what's your superpower? What do you, maybe it's a passion, maybe it's a way you show up. What's your superpower? And I'm actually gonna start with Susanna.
In the professional sphere,
Or person. Well, no, it has to be.
Yeah, I think one of the things I'm pretty good at, similar to what you said, is being able to listen deeply and pull out from a conversation those things that really matter to the individual I'm communicating with, and then find a path forward.
Pete.
Being able to be a part of a meeting and not killing people at the end, in the middle of, there's been a couple where I've been in. Have wanted to leave dead bodies in trunks of cars.
Oh, that must have been a rough meeting.
It was a rough 10 years. Present company accepted.
Yes, not here.
I think I'm really good about listening and trying to put myself in the person's shoes before I speak and say my opinion about the topic that we're discussing. So I feel like my mother really helped me develop that skill set growing up, so.
Right, Prisa.
I think one of my superpowers is that I'm fairly friendly. I like making friends, and it makes it easy for people to come and talk to me and open up, so I think I'm fairly approachable.
Bye.
I think my superpower is I'm always looking for change, constant change, if that makes sense, so I don't like seeing anyone not satisfied or feeling like there should be change, but there's no way of doing it. I like to grow off from what people expect and people want.
I'm not sure I have a superpower.
Ice skating, but.
But, you know, this is an ongoing thing. I've been very, very passionate my whole life about children having access to books. And since 2000, our district has not had librarians or librarian certified staff. And I feel that my place on the board is to remind people that there's a huge connection to, you know, learning to read, but also to read. And we have a lot of administrators and a lot of individuals, because we haven't had really supportive libraries in our district, that they assume that we don't need it. And I feel that my voice, even though people laugh every time I say, you know, I'm advocating for money for the libraries and that, but it's, for me, it's a passion. And it's, I often say this, is that if you want to learn how to play the piano, you need a piano. If you want to learn how to read, learn how to read well, you need a really good functioning library. And so, so I guess it's my passion, not whatever.
Your passion is your superpower.
Yeah, I guess it is, yeah.
All right, Christie.
I think mine is just always that I'm always thinking of 1 billion ideas. And so it's been great partnership with people who are able to see all those ideas and filter and say, let's think about these. So I'm just always thinking, I appreciate Maya's comment of just what we need to be doing better, what we could do better, how I could help with that. So.
Okay, I'm gonna switch to cabinet for a minute, because cabinet is a resource for a board. A resource for information, for giving you all that you need to make a decision. And while they report to your superintendent, they also have to come before you as a public body at times. And I have seen where board member behavior can promote that and make it an effective, strong partnership. And I've seen it where the way board members act or ask questions can really make it kind of intimidating for cabinet to come forward, which then they aren't at their best self. Anytime we walk into an environment that feels hostile, we're not at our best self. But we don't know it always what is helpful for people. So for cabinet, the question is, what conditions in a school board meeting allow you to be at your best? So let's see, David, would you like to start that? No.
It was formative question.
Yeah, it was.
So what, the environment, how is that helping you be at my best, is that the
Yeah.
question? A lot of what has already been discussed, I mean, the environment that should be open and that people will, like Alma said, listen, that we respect each other, we can put ourselves in other people's shoes. I mean, there's the whole discussion was, if we could distill that and have everybody take that as like a little medicine as they enter the room, I think that the environment would be a wonderful environment that would cultivate an ability to get things done, to make the change, to keep students at the forefront of our thoughts, and that great things could happen.
Kimberly.
Similar to Suzanne, I appreciate when board members are curious versus judgmental. It's beneficial, I think, for us as cabinet members to have relationships with board members if they have questions about what we do, to ask us, to get curious about what we're doing, so that when we do come to the board meetings with action items, you kind of know what's going on, you know what we're talking about, and then you can ask the right questions. So that's, I think, really helpful.
Arturo.
Yeah, there's a sense of partnership that we're in this together, that, you know, we value each other's roles and the work, and we're all striving for the same thing for kids, right? And that those conditions really feel like a partnership.
Sarah.
All of those things, I think the partnership really speaks to me. I think being clear with any requests or suggestions or guidance, I think is really helpful, so that we know what you all are looking for and what information you need. And we can better respond to your requests.
That's great. Okay, I'm gonna switch gears a little bit. I try to center kind of any work I do with school boards on kind of what makes a high functioning school board. Because if you don't start with what's that look like, then how can you ever rate yourselves? So I'm not a good sit and present type of person, so I'm just gonna stand up here. You have a handout that has the bulk of these slides on them in a front to back handout. But I am gonna ask you, I'm gonna go, we've got 6 kind of characteristics of a highly effective board. I'm just gonna pause after I talk a little bit about each one and give you a minute to kind of write down some ideas. I know a couple of you are new. So that, and that's okay, but if you can, for new people, if you can think about what might this look like in a board meeting, and for veteran people, if you would think about when in Forest Grove have you done it well, and when have you done it not so well? So you're kind of thinking both sides of that. Okay, so here's my sources. Interestingly enough, for as important as public education is in our democracy, there isn't a lot of research about effective governance from the school board level, even though it's a model in different ways throughout the country. But in 2008, 2000, and then a follow-up in 2008, Lighthouse did an inquiry about it. In fact, when I was a very new administrator, I actually had to write a research brief using these. And little did I know at the time that I would be a superintendent, and that would come in very handy. Also, the National School Boards Association Center for Public Education in 2011 posted 8 traits of effective boards. I've narrowed it to 6, and I've added the lens of my own experience on it. So you won't find that direct correlation to every bit of research, but because I've had those 18 years of experience, and I think some ways that matters. So, school boards that function best have a high focus on student learning. Everything comes back to our students learning in our district. You prioritize student achievement and equity in all of your decisions. You adopt a strategic plan and you focus on the outcomes, not operations. The minute boards pivot to operations, you actually lose your focus on student achievement. So it's very tempting to pivot to our operations because you hear things in the grocery store, you have friends and neighbors, you have your own children, and we're all have a tendency to think about, well, could that bus run be a little bit better? Wow, our maintenance team didn't mow the lawns. Why aren't we watering right now? Which is always the question in August that people in your community have. But it takes you away from your focus on student achievement. You have hired your CEO to run the district. And you can send those things to her, but Suzanne is the one who's gonna really focus on those operational issues. So just take a minute and think about, write yourself a note, because we're coming back to this, what might that look like in a board meeting or in your role as board members? And remember, for new people, it's okay, you might not have answers, but just think, how would this look like? If you were regularly focused on student learning. And Kate, I'm gonna call you out here just a tiny bit in a positive way. What you heard from Kate is a passion around kids being readers. Now, she has her operational strategy that she thinks would make a difference. But at the center of what she said was she wants kids to be readers and maybe even joyful readers. How you implement that and get really good access to books for kids in your community is a different discussion, but the passion around student learning was there. Okay, next thing, what makes a high functioning school board? Strong superintendent board partnerships. You really are a team of 6 if you're high functioning, but you have clear goals of mutual trust. Board governs, you hear this a lot, the superintendent manages. And productive boards support and evaluate the superintendent using established goals and metric. So you are clear with Suzanne about what you want from her, and you trust her to be running the district. Now, that doesn't mean she's gonna do it perfectly every time. We're all human, we are gonna make mistakes, and there may even be some decisions you don't like. But at the core of what you know is that she's there leading in her best way possible. And even if she makes a mistake, she'll be like, yeah, I didn't do that one well. And in that, you don't immediately think it's some, evil plot from Suzanne. You hired a superintendent you trust and you build that respect over time. What might that look like for you as a board? What might be, what will give you the signal of a strong superintendent board partnership? And Christy, I'll call out you next, is really good about saying, how will we know if our superintendent isn't performing well? Because that's also should be the question you ask yourself. Like, how do we not get in a situation like many other districts where our superintendent isn't doing well and we didn't know? It's like a great question. And I think there are lots of ways you can know if you're paying attention, but that clear roles and mutual trust have to be at the forefront. And for new board members, it's your opportunity to really get to know Suzanne as a leader, what she stands for and how she leads the district. That's going to be important for building trust over time, because you don't just walk in having trust.
Mm-hmm.
The most trusted relationships happen over time. And sometimes it's when you're in really hard things together. Like COVID, Suzanne and I are way closer because we experienced COVID together. Even though we would not have asked that, or ice storms or wildfires, or, so when you're in hard things. Know that that also can be relationship building, even though it's really hard. Okay, a collaborative, respectful board culture. You build trust. You manage conflict constructively, you're not all gonna agree. I might have a totally different idea of how I'm gonna create joyful readers. And Kate and I are gonna respectfully disagree about that in the right and appropriate way, because you should have some conflict, but you always maintain that professionalism and respect. And when I know Kate, I won't want you to think I'm picking on you at all, but when I know Kate, at the heart of what she wants is better readers. Well, we can have all kinds of conflict about reading and the strategy in our conversation, but when I know that about her, man, I already love her that she wants books in the hands of kids, and I've just met her today. So, but there will be conflict in that. You model civility, you put the district needs above personal agendas, and you disagree respectfully, but you unite behind the decision. So when the decision comes that you actually voted against, when you go out in public, you say, you know what? I did not vote in favor of that decision. I had my reasons for that, but I collectively am united with our district in this decision because this matters and we're united for kids. And once you say your piece, you go on. And if it gets really contentious, my advice is go out to coffee. Like, go out to coffee with somebody the day after a board meeting when it's been really hard. Don't have a serial board meeting. Just focus on relationships, don't break public meeting laws, but always come back to that relationship. When I know I'm at odds with somebody, my go-to strategy is to pick up the phone the next day. And that's actually why to this day, that board member that was hardest for me, I would pick up the phone and consider him a friend at this point. And my husband, and he talked too loud at tennis games when my daughter was, so we bonded over me being like, shh. Let the girls play, you don't yell at tennis games. Okay, think a little bit about how this might manifest itself in the board meeting. And we've heard from each other kind of about what the climate, we want good climates in schools. The climate of the board, you've heard from each other already what people want with the climate. Doesn't mean you always agree, but and remember, and I would point this out to my boards a lot, your students are watching you. You actually have one here, so she'll be up close and personal to the situation, but when you have disagreements and have disagreements respectfully, you are modeling for students and staff in your district what it means to be high functioning and collaborative. If you never disagree, you're also modeling you don't know how to have conflict. And that's not what we want for our students. We want students to learn healthy discourse. Okay, use of data and accountability. This seems like a bad word. It actually goes back to clear is kind. When you say, here's our goals, and here's the data we want to use and monitor to measure our goals, that's actually very kind to your superintendent and her leadership team. And it's actually why you're here. So don't be afraid of data reports. Use the data you have to guide your decisions. We're entering in Oregon what I would predict are some tough budgetary times. Now more than ever, you're going to need to know what's going well and where do you need to improve in your district and how do you prioritize those budget decisions. As your superintendent, Suzanne's going to be keenly watching that, but also how do you as a board, because when you get to contentious budget times, you're going to be faced with an audience of people advocating for different things, and you're going to need to know why you're going to stick with them and implement a budget that is not giving everything to everyone. And that's going to be some hard stuff. I hope that you're not there, and I hope I'm wrong. Also, transparent data sharing actually builds trust with your community. When you can say to your community, yes, we are not where we wanted to be in third grade on third grade reading, and here's what we're trying to do to change that trajectory. And here's where we are showing some growth, and here's some groups of kids that still aren't being successful in our community. Boy, people appreciate honest, transparent, data-driven communication like that. And should be very quick. Your data presentations of 27 slides. Just, you don't need those. Okay, so think about how you might monitor some things over the course of the year. High functioning board has continuous learning and development. What you're doing today is part of high functioning boards. Any training, book studies, ask Suzanne for resources. Those are all professional learning. It doesn't have to be going to a conference. It can be going to a conference. It can be a webinar. It can be a book you're reading, but anything you can do to continually be better. If you're in conflict as a board, to take a step back and learn some tools for conflict resolution. And you also have to stay in tune with education trends and best practice. I'm gonna highlight that self-assessment. Very few boards do a self-assessment once a year. I'm gonna encourage you with some governance goals. And one of the things I will encourage you around is to really talk about how do you do as a board. Your governance matters, and it's not something you can just pick up and go with. So thinking about how will you assess yourself at the end of this year or mid-year? Are you doing well as a board? And then you engage the community on decisions of the board. That one is really important, that is tied to decisions of the board. Because you can engage your community on all kinds of things. And the district will engage their community on all kinds of things. But if you engage your community on things that aren't decisions of the board, you're actually giving the impression to your community that their input is going to impact a decision of the board, and it's not. So it's almost disingenuous. So you have to be really clear about that. Now, that doesn't mean if you're doing strategic planning as a district and the district holds listening sessions, that Suzanne doesn't invite you to listen. That's different than you going out and doing that engagement. Use structured methods of engagement. You probably did this in the superintendent search, where you strategically went out for feedback on what qualities and characteristics this community wanted in the superintendent. Be transparent about the decisions and create clear protocols for engagement and listening. So I'm going to pause there. And I want you to now take a minute and look back at your notes. And I'm not going to go item by item, but I am going to go around and ask people to surface kind of one thing from their list about how it would look in a board meeting, or maybe for Christy and Kate, a place you think Forest Grove didn't go well with the board as far as related to our 6 characteristics and qualities. And I'm gonna see if there's a volunteer who wants to start. Kate.
Since I've been on the board, we never did a self-assessment. And I think with 3 new board members, I think a midterm assessment and the end of the year assessment, I think would be good. I think it'd be really good. And I've seen it being presented at some of the conferences, but I think that can help all of us as a team. So yeah, one thing that resonates.
Okay, who's next? You ready, Teresa? You made eye contact. I'm sorry. You're so welcoming and friendly, though.
I think that this is one of the ones that resonated with me the most, engaging the community. I think I think about growing up and how I had a hard time connecting with the community. My mother only spoke one language. we didn't have a lot of those resources as I was growing up, and it was really hard. And so I think this is something that I feel passionate about, and I'm like already thinking about all the different ways we can incorporate our community here, and be welcoming to them and invite them to all the different events that we have, and make our meetings or recorded meetings more accessible to more families. And so
Even how you greet families in the board meetings themselves. You gotta think really intentionally about that, so thank you for bringing that up.
I'll just piggyback
Okay.
on that, since that was the same thing with me. I think as a parent, having been a graduate from the system as well, I think there is definitely a little more room for better engagement with the community, just in general overall. You have homeowners that, pay to the school system that don't understand what certain things mean. You have parents in the system that have no idea, with in regards to communication and stuff. So, I think engaging the community is a big impact, because education does start at home. It doesn't start in our schools, it starts at home.
All right, Pete, now I'm just calling on people.
I think understanding the building blocks of education. Being a middle school and high school teacher for 28 years, I formed an idea of what education ought to look like, what the process is. When I retired, I worked at Pacific University as an evaluator of student teachers. And they ran out of elementary teachers, so they asked me to evaluate. And that, I should have learned that 28 years earlier. That if an elementary teacher doesn't have the tools to put reading together for a kid, I, as a ninth grade teacher, aren't gonna correct that, not gonna correct that. We're already behind the 8 ball. Work as hard as I can to teach developmental reading. I might be able to get a 4th grade reader up from the 6th grade by the end of the year. And 6th grade is still not gonna get them through high school with anything remotely matching pride and achievement. So, I think just understanding what the process is and how crucial elementary teachers are to the development once those kids leave there, the tools they take with them. We can't put into their brains.
If we were going back to the qualities of a high functioning board for you, it would be, for this year, you really want to understand the building blocks and what we have, and what Forest Grove School District has in place for early reading.
Yeah, and there's no finish line. I'm not
No.
ever gonna learn it all.
No, but from.
May surprise some people, but I won't.
All right, Kristen.
Mine is really was a thread similar to Kate's, I think, our experience together on the board. Highlighted that there had been some systems where board members were just kind of all working in their own silo or kind of groups. And I think that happens on a lot of boards and councils because of our quorum laws and some of the restrictions there, and then sometimes between personalities. And so that resulted in not us all having common information all at the same time. So for me, I mean, there were two. It was the communication piece that was mentioned where number 2, strong superintendent board partnership. And I think we've already shifted that a little when we started to share leadership notes with all of the board. Just making sure that if Alma has a one-on-one conversation with Suzanne, as we each do once a month, that then there's a way to make sure that the conversations, the concerns she had, eventually in some capacity are shared so that we all understand where we're coming from and also that we can work together. And some of those things are things that remain one-to-one, and some of those things are things when appropriate, to just let other board members know, oh, Alma brought up this really good point. So that's a challenge, just because of the system. But the second thing about the self-assessment, and I did bring that all to the board when I came back from fall conference the first time, because actually Thomas Alsbury has kind of expanded on those 8 effective pieces and added 12, and a really great self-assessment tool. Because I think within that, for our board at the time, it would have been important to assess our interpersonal relationships and communication. But that self-assessment allows a different board to surface where the gaps are in the team and where the strengths are. So I like that idea of making sure, and you mentioned it, Christy, too, like we talk about what happens when there's conflict. I hope there's differences of opinions in public. And I also think sometimes we didn't have opportunities to surface those enough publicly, so people could see what that looks like. But maybe having this board do a second work session on, once we do that self-assessment, what is gonna happen when Kate and I have a disagreement? And can we pre-agree that on this board, when something like that does happen, we all would agree, yes, let's do the copy. I think we all talk about that as people, but then we don't actually put something in place to say, yeah, let's make ourselves do that and see what happens. So not that idea in particular, but I think that conversation comes from a self-assessment, which could set us on a really good path for both modeling and also preempting solutions for problems that are probably gonna arise.
And we're living in really divided times. And the more you as local leaders can model that you have very different perspectives and still respect and challenge and respect and collaborate to make decisions is something that many communities and students aren't going to see, especially in media. So how can you here be better and live through and lead through divided times? Suzanne. Oh, sorry, Maya. Maya. Yes.
The continuous learning and development really sticks out to me. Allowing for new opportunities within the community to continue like growing and reaching goals, but also taking criticism and continuing to expanding off of that is really important. And I think that goes with the community engagement as well. As Lisa said, how sometimes in communities we are divided, and it's important to know that we have a high functioning school board where we unite community as well.
Thank you. I was telling Alma a story about a student rep. When I was leaving Salem Kaiser and they were going through a search, I went to the search firm and I said, you have to let our students who are board reps participate. Like, I'm gonna fight you on this, even though I know it's not my job to fight you on this. And he hemmed and hawed, no. And I'm like, I promise you, they will be confidential and they will add to the process. On the other side, he very quietly said to me, yeah, your students were the leaders of the leaders in the group. So, but, and they did a good job. I mean, the board is doing well there, but so Maya, don't be afraid to lean in and lead and ask for opportunities or share your voice in the room, because when you stop and listen to students, you're like, there's so much hope in the world. There's so much hope. All right, Suzanne.
I have 3 statements. One, I noticed as I was taking notes, a theme in my own thinking around asking questions. In almost all of the 6 categories, they lend themselves to remaining curious and asking questions before judgment, to use Kim's word from earlier, or before decision making. So that really resonated with me. The authentic community engagement, that is a nut we have to crack. I don't know how to do that yet, but you'll see here shortly that is one of the goals that I have for the upcoming year. And then the third thing that I was reflecting on as I was listening to the board members in your presentation. There's an expression that is often credited to Theodore Roosevelt that says, walk softly but carry a big stick. The latter half of that, I don't think is necessary when it comes to a school board or even a superintendent, because by your very position, you carry a big stick. That comes with the title that you have. It's the walk softly part that I was really reflecting on, that when we enter into conversations or when we are curious about something and want to learn more, it's important to walk into that conversation softly, simply because of the power that we possess through our position. Because we can influence the outcome of that conversation in ways that we may not intend if we're careful.
I think that Suzanne might agree that I'm like the great question asker, like that's what I do, that's my thing, that's probably true. But even with the question asking, I don't know that I always walked softly, because sometimes if I was already elevated in a situation or had a desired outcome, my questions were tainted a little bit with my own voice and power in my position. So it is something, even the questioning, how you do it, like Kimberly, I was dying to ask you some questions about the special ed placement, because I was really curious about the type of program a student would be able to answer. And that's a great board question, but I could also see myself being like, okay, what about this? What about this? What about this? What kind of, because I was so curious. And right now I don't have any positional authority, so Kim and I probably could have done that, but as a superintendent or as a board member, all kinds of positional authority, but you gotta get good at asking the questions too. So that when Kim brings something like that, we have two board members that might not have any idea about a placement for a student, and to ask a few questions, and maybe even for Kim to say, hey, those are great questions. How about I follow up with you tomorrow? Because there's a lot more about this that I can give you that we just don't have time for today. So
It'd be appropriate to discuss in the boardroom, and there's that aspect too.
yes,
We're
yes.
kids.
Yeah, that was maybe even a bad example because because it is about a kid. But to also ask her questions outside of the boardroom to say, Suzanne, would you mind if I asked a few follow-up questions on that to Kimberly? I think that's great, because it's, again, but it's all how you do it, when you do it, and the appropriate time to do it.
To expand on that,
Yep.
just a wee bit, in the past, I've received some critical feedback, which I think is accurate, that I can sometimes come across as being a little intense in the way I ask questions.
Really? Sorry.
Because I want to know things, I'm curious, I try to really dig into whatever the issue is before making a decision, and that's part of where this idea of walking softly comes from, is that I'm trying to remind myself regularly that from my lens, that process of asking questions, learning, trying to make an informed decision is just naturally the way I operate, but the way it's being perceived, especially because of the position that I hold, is I'm being critical. I don't trust someone. I doubt that they are capable of moving forward. So there's a lot that comes with that I think for me as a superintendent, I am very aware of, and I think as a board, board members sometimes don't recognize that you carry similar power when you walk into conversations with other people.
And sometimes it's just slowing down the cadence of your questions. Like I could rapid fire 20 questions in a matter of 5 minutes, and and then that person is sitting there on the spot. But just to, slow down the cadence a little bit, or just say, hey, I really just don't know about this topic. Could I ask you would it be okay if I asked a few questions? And if it goes too long, hey, we can come back to it. But you walk into buildings with that power with you. I would love to say it's really easy to take off your school board member hat and put your parent hat on. But it never comes off. I never got to just be the parent that walked into my kid's high school and just be a mom. I tried, like, really, I have my parent hat on today, please, just let me be a parent. But it's still there. They still have a desire to please you. And you still get to walk into the schools and be parents. So, it's just a tricky new role. Okay, I'm gonna show you, slide just to show you. This is, I took 2 screenshots of your board. So last year, your board goals, this is kind of your overarching desire. You desire to support this district strategic plan. You're committed to working with, in partnership with parents. I believe Care Deeply stands strong, adapt and grow with the characteristics. So you have these overarching statements, but then you also have the way you were gonna support the district through your own board goals. Christy and Kate can probably reflect on this a little bit when we get to that point, but I'm gonna ask you to come up with a governance goal. Cause your job is to support the strategic plan. That's your job. Your job is to monitor the strategic plan. Your job is to do everything you can to create conditions. And your job is to governance. So I'm gonna talk a lot about governance versus how do you support? And Suzanne is gonna give you the pathway for what she sees as support for the strategic plan from the board level. So we'll come back to this, but I just wanted to flash this up there. So question, do you feel like we need a 5-minute break? Okay. 5-minute break, and then we're gonna come back to Suzanne. All right.
And I just like giddy up.
Okay, we're back. Christie.
All right, so I'm gonna switch gears a little bit, partly because, I like team building activities and I also like to get to work. And so, I'm always trying to find that balance of how much time should we spend getting to know each other and how do we just get to work? Because when you get to work, that's where you really build a relationship. So I'm gonna switch the order a little bit and we're gonna turn to Suzanne next. And when you're listening to Suzanne, she's gonna talk about some reflections from last year with the strategic plan, what her vision and goals are for this year. And then how you might monitor goals and also how you might evaluate. So that's a big meaty topic. And when, if it feels like you're in this and you're starting to be like, okay, I gotta stop and ask some questions, just flag me and we can ask questions. Suzanne's great on the spot with lots of questions. So she'll pivot. But at the end, am gonna ask you to start with only asking her questions. Because the most important thing you can do is deeply listen and understand. And if we leave here with you not asking any questions, I will wonder if you deeply understand. Because she'll try to do it kind of high level. So we want to spend as much time with you understanding. And then if you have feedback, that's okay to give feedback to your superintendent goals once you've really listened deeply to understand and ask questions. So especially for new board members and our student, flag me or just interrupt gently, Suzanne, to ask questions like, I don't understand that acronym. I don't understand what you mean by that. We speak education ease so fluently, we don't even know we're speaking it. So stop us, make us pause, make Suzanne pause along the way, because I think you'll get to greater understanding if you do that. If this takes 2 hours instead of 45 minutes, that means we had a rich and robust discussion around your superintendent goals. So with that, Dr. West, are you ready to roll? Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Before we start flipping through the slides and focusing on goals, I want to say, I don't think, none of this is a superpower necessarily, but I think it's important for me to acknowledge and own that I am driven by continual improvement and I have a passion for this work. I do not like being in systems that aren't functional or in processes that are clunky and aren't efficient for an organization or for the students that we serve and the families that we serve. And I'm saying that out loud because for myself professionally as well as personally, I dig in and I dig in deep and I try to understand what are the root causes of the issues that we have. You know, to expound just a little bit, we are having a conversation at the state level, and I think at the national level as well, around why we're not seeing better outcomes for kids. And lots of people have opinions about that. Spend an hour on the internet and you can go down a lot of different rabbit holes. What I continue to come back to is that our system is giving us exactly the outcomes it's designed to give us. And so there's work, I think, for us to do at a system level while we are also working on improvement of instruction and safety welcoming spaces. So I say all that to set up what comes next in terms of goals for me. I'm gonna start by backtracking just a little bit to last year, since we have 3 new board members here. If you'll flip the slide, please, Bailey.
Do I have to flip it?
Yeah, you want to give her the.
Good idea.
Thank you, that works fantastic. So for 24-25, I was new to Forest Grove School District, new as a superintendent. And I needed to spend a year in discovery. That's kind of the way I'm phrasing it, just learning. Talking to people in the community, talking to board members, talking to staff around the district, getting to know my colleagues that I work closely with around the table here. Understanding what makes the district tick. So that was my discovery year. And in this discovery year, the goals that I set for myself. I'm gonna start actually. At the second bullet there. Was to develop and implement a regular data monitoring routine. I think that's important for us as an organization to regularly monitor data, but in truth, it's also a little selfish because that forces me into conversations around what our data are showing us on a regular basis. We also were in the midst of bargaining and we are, I think, fortunate in that we have concluded conversations with our licensed association. We did that in June. We're just at the point now where we need to vote and we will resume conversations with OSEA in September. So I put that as a goal because one of the things that drew me to Forest Grove is that the relationships between the district and our two associations are super strong. So I wanted to maintain that. Sometimes conversations can get a little contentious during negotiations. People have strong feelings about what they bring to the table, and it was important to me that we successfully reach agreement with both of those contracts and we successfully maintain relationships. So I felt like that was an opportunity. And then I developed for myself an early action plan, which I can share with the new board members if you'd like to see it. That early action plan had roughly about 70 different tasks in it. And they were tasks from read the strategic plan to engage the community in kind of meet and greet opportunities. And I wanted to, by the time of my evaluation in May, to have at least 80% of that plan completed. And fortunately, I was able to complete all of the tasks on that early action plan, so I feel pretty good about that. And then the last bullet point that you see there, being a new superintendent, in this time last year, we spent some conversation figuring out how you're gonna evaluate a new superintendent. We landed on 3 goals. And I wanted to achieve an evaluation by our board at that time of developing or better in all of those 3 standards. So what you don't see anywhere on here is work the strategic plan, improve instruction. In terms of my personal goals. Now, the 3 standards that were selected involve instruction, leadership, and effective operations, and those were important. And I'll get into that in just a minute, but these goals were really focused on how do I, in this first year within the district, figure out who is, what is Forest Grove School District. So before I go any further, let me just pause there. Do you have any questions about that, or Kate or Christy, do you want to comment on these goals from last year since you worked with me to achieve these? Okay. So as I said, the goals were really important. They facilitated relationship building. I learned a ton about the district. And I want to publicly thank the cabinet who's sitting in this room right now. They were very patient with me with all the questions that I tend to ask, so thank you for that. And we have some new data monitoring routines that I think help us be better in the way we're supporting kids. But as I said, the goals were not aligned to our strategic plan. Christy mentioned that she was, in her last section, as she was laying out what effective boards do is you govern the district toward achieving the goals of the strategic plan. That is something that I need to do as well. So for the second year, I've spent some time really thinking through how to align my goals to the strategic plan. To orient us, these are the 4 goals of the strategic plan. Within your packet, you have this built out a little bit, and the slide deck doesn't get into all the nuances of that. This is just the high level goals. The first one you'll see there is instruction and learning. That is, after all, the heart of what we do. It is our charge to educate kids, and we need to do that well. The second goal is behavioral health and wellness. I think we have all learned in the last decade that unless we have the conditions where kids feel safe and welcome and supported in our schools, learning is not going to happen. So we need that as well. Goal 3, family and student engagement that you see there, we've already had some conversations about how important that is. And then creating a resilient organization, which is goal 4. This is vital for us in the times that Kristen alluded to early on in the conversation. So we are facing a stagnant, if not declining revenue from the state government. And we can have some conversations about that. The number continues to go up, but it's not keeping pace with expenses. It's actually a reduction budget for almost every district in the state. We do not want to be a district that mid-year ends up with furlough days and laying people off. We want to be a district that can adapt to changes in our society, in our fiscal reality, in what we're legally required to do, and in what we operationally need to do to ensure that students and staff are safe while they're in our building. So those are the 4 strategic plan goals, all of them really, really important. And then there's several strategies that you'll see when you dig into the strategic plan later on that support that. So I tried to anchor my goals for the upcoming year to these strategic plan goals. And broadly, what they are 4 goals: advance instructional excellence and alignment. These are headers, and I'll get into the details here in just a minute. Improve literacy and numeracy outcomes for all learners. Strengthen two-way communication engagement with staff, students, and families. And then ensure strategic stewardship of human and financial resources. So digging into this a little bit deeper, you have in your folder a document at the top that says draft 2025-26 superintendent goals. It's a 2-page front back statement document. And I'll spend a few minutes going through this and orienting to my thinking, and then I'll pause for questions. So in terms of advancing instructional excellence and alignment, I was fortunate to walk into a school district where the cabinet team already recognized and was working toward the alignment systems. We still have some work to do, but the understanding of the importance of that was already underway. An example of that is that what I saw last year, what I was able to observe firsthand, is Kim and Arturo working closely together on what professional learning looked like across the district. So that as we were improving instruction in our classroom, we were planning for learner variance. We were taking into account that we have a spectrum of learning levels and learning styles within our classrooms and how to meet all of those needs. So that collaboration and alignment understanding was already there and was already underway. So building on that, what I would like to do for the upcoming year is really focus on the alignment of coaching our PLCs, which are professional learning communities that educators engage in, and administrator development toward the district instructional vision. And we are this year, which we will share in our first communications for the year, introducing an instructional framework that will orient our educators as well as our families towards some high-level instructional strategies that we think will make a difference for our district. So more to come on that. Second sub-measure there is district progress on the student panorama survey. This says sense of belonging and connection with adult measures. I believe this is still a draft, so I want to point out, I believe that I'm going to get more specific than that. There's actually a measure within our panorama SEL survey on student teacher relationships. And I think that is a critical measurement for us to pay attention to. So I'm probably going to narrow this down just a little bit further once we finalize these goals. And Suzanne, could you clarify for people what the panorama survey is and who takes it? Yeah, thank you. The Panorama survey, so it's, Panorama is a company. And they're a national company. They have different survey tools that are available for school districts to utilize. Panorama, as a company, they have a host of psychometricians that they've hired to develop research-based questions. They norm their data constantly because the questions are administered across the entire nation to hundreds of districts. And that allows us, as a district, when we receive the survey responses, to be able to disaggregate. So which of our student groups hold which perceptions about their experience with us or about their own SEL development. But it also allows us to compare ourselves to similar districts across the nation, which is a good point of reference. Who takes this? In the past, it has been students take the SEL survey, and there was a district designed climate survey, so the district had not been using the Panorama research-based questions. That will change for the upcoming year just a little bit in that the state has now put into law a requirement that we administer the state workforce survey evaluation, so this will affect you and your classmates, but the questions in that survey are very similar to what Panorama would have asked. So for 1 year, we're gonna pause those self-created questions and see what data the state provides us. If the state provides us the information we need to make decisions, informed decisions about how to support the adults in our system, that may be enough. But we'll do a comparison. If the state doesn't give us the results that we need to inform good decisions for adults in our system, then we'll go back and look at what are the questions that are missing that we feel like we need to augment. Does that answer your question? Thank you. Okay, and then we're also introducing this year use of a new walkthrough tool, an observation tool. One of the things that I heard from educators as I talked to them around the district, but also from our administrators, is our educators want an easy way to receive actionable feedback that didn't necessarily involve a formal meeting, observation, a follow-up meeting. That process sometimes spans weeks in an observation cycle. I heard from many educators, it would be great if somebody walked into my room and just told me I was talking too much. And then from our administrators, what I heard from many of them is they wanted support for how to provide specific and actionable feedback. So there is a tool that we are investing in that's actually quite economical that provides structures for very quick observations in the classroom with highly specific, actionable feedback. An example of that is when an administrator walks into a classroom and they want to provide a teacher feedback on teacher talk time versus student talk time. There's a little stopwatch that they click as soon as the teacher starts talking. And it tracks for them how long the teacher's talking, and they do the same thing for the student. 10-15 minute observation. You finish that up, you submit it, it goes right to the educator, right into their inbox through an email. And an educator can see the glance, well, in a 15-minute period, I talked for 14 and kids only had a chance to talk for 1. So that's immediate feedback that I think will help us improve our instructional practices in the classroom. This first goal aligns with strategy 1 and strategy 2 of the strategic plan. It also supports CC and acronym or LPGT metrics. I'll come back to that in just a minute and explain what that is. In terms of goal 2, improve literacy and numeracy outcomes for all learners. Our kids need to do well in our system. Anybody who has talked to me, you'll hear me beat the longitudinal data drum pretty hard. The way we are evaluated at a state level is discrete cohorts are compared against each other to see if the system is making progress over time. How did third graders do this year? Are they doing better or worse than the third graders last year? For me, system improvement is really that longitudinal measure. If we have a kindergartner who joins us, who has no numeracy skills, but they are able to graduate through our system and excel and take AP classes, that is, for me, a better measure of the health of our system than that discrete third grade measure. So what you see on here are the things that we have to tend to, because the state holds us accountable to those discrete annual measures, as well as an opportunity for us through our own benchmark data, which is an internal measure, to measure progress over time, so that we can compare growth within a cohort rather than comparing two different cohorts against each other. And then the last goal there is to support our educators in their continued use of data to improve their learning stuff. You will hear me talk about Hattie as we get to know each other. Dr. John Hattie, yes, Harvard. I've told people I have a researcher's crush on John Hattie, I really do. He's an outstanding researcher, and one of the things that his research has shown over and over and over again, that one of the most effective things leaders can do is create the conditions for educators to believe in their own findings. And educators getting together and understanding how to interpret the data to make assessments of the impact of their instruction is one of the most important things. Okay, goals 3 and 4. Goal 3, strengthen two-way communication and engagement with staff, students, and families. So we have survey indicators related to communication, belonging, and access to leadership. I want to continue to use certain tools because that is one way to reach people who sometimes can't engage directly with us for a variety of circumstances or choose not to. I also want to dig in more deeply to how our efforts are or are not meeting the multilingual needs of our community. We started last year to have interpretation available at each board meeting. We are publishing our agenda in Spanish. As was pointed out to me, though, our slides are not in Spanish. So can we translate our slides before we post them online so that our families are able to access the slides in 2 languages? Spanish is the most frequently spoken language after English in our community. The last time I pulled the report out of our student information system, we had about 50 different languages spoken. So it's not a small number, but many of those languages, there's one student or there's one family with a couple of students in it. So we need to think about how to support those families as well. But our primary focus is the Spanish speaking community and how to make sure that we're providing access there. And then implementation of a district-wide system for feedback loops, shared decision-making, and follow-up. Again, that I referenced that this is a nut we need to crack. So this is something that I really want to focus on for this upcoming year and find ways to engage our community where they're at and in the ways that seem to make sense for them. And then lastly, the strategic stewardship. Again, effective operations is really important for a school district. We can't run out of money. And we have to have a 2nd grade teacher in that classroom. We can't go without that. So engage in these continued processes of modernizing our human resource and fiscal systems. Finishing our collective bargaining, we're not done yet, but we need to finish that in a way that is financially sustainable for us, that meet our district goals and also is honoring and respectful of our colleagues. And then continuing to focus on leadership development. That is something that we already started. Last week was our admin kickoff. But real leadership development that articulates a scope and sequence that progresses our leaders through the skills that they need to be successful stewards of their own environment. And that includes for us recruitment and retention plans, especially in I-need areas where it's difficult to attract staff. Now, there is a monitoring component to this, so those are my 4 proposed goals, those are my draft goals. As a school board, your job is to monitor my progress. And see if we're moving towards successfully achieving these things. I will say that the goals that I've laid out, progress can be made in a year, completion won't. For most of these things, it's gonna take multiple years to really realize the outcomes that we're looking for. But in terms of the monitoring the schedule, ideally, this is what I think could work. Is in October, bringing forward quite a few different reports in a work session format. Some of these might just be reports within the board packet itself, but several of these we're going to dig more deeply into. An example of that is by the time we meet in October, we will have the state outcome data from 2024-25. So spending some time there to see what that shows us. We already have built into our systems quarterly financial updates. We should have by then the EVE survey results that I mentioned before, so I think the board would be interested in seeing what those results tell us from the staff who completed that. And then you can see how I've articulated that out through the other 3 work sessions throughout the year. And thank you to Cabinet for helping to inform this cycle, since they know deeply what the routinized processes are in the district. They were able to help with, for example, quarterly financial update that actually will be presented at the March Budget Committee meeting, but we'll have an opportunity to talk more deeply about it in April if needed. So I think this monitoring schedule will allow the board to see into those goals and progress towards goals. What I'd like to propose, this is a little different than the evaluation process we engaged in last year. What I'd like to propose is that these goals and this monitoring schedule inform an evaluation. That this is what the board would hold me accountable to for this year. I'm gonna walk back just a little bit. Christy and Kate know this. OSBA and COSA, they have a tool that they co-developed that has 8 different competencies for a superintendent. And then within those 8 competencies, it has several different sub-competencies, for lack of a better term. That tool, I think, is a really good job description. If you want to know what a superintendent's job description looks like, look at that tool. What I still have questions about is that the tool says things like superintendent effectively delegates. I don't, unless you sit with me day in and day out, I don't know how you could actually evaluate that. But you can see if delegation is happening through whether or not these goals are being met. Because I said this last year when the board gave me my evaluation, no superintendent does this alone. My job is to create the conditions for the folks that I work closely with and the folks working in our schools to do this. And these goals and this monitoring schedule, I think, will allow the board to see if I'm creating those conditions for others to be successful. So I'm gonna pause there and turn it back to Christy to walk us through the protocol.
Yeah, so I wanna, you got a bunch of information. So I wanna take it back to goal 1, advanced instructional excellence. Online. And I really just want you to ask curious questions of Suzanne about goal number 1, so you're really sure you understand where she's headed and why these activities and strategies are important to her in this year. and there's no silly question.
Yeah, can I answer one question before it's asked? I didn't come back to LPGT. So LPGT stands for longitudinal performance growth targets. A couple years ago, the state codified into law that every school district must have longitudinal performance growth targets that they're looking towards. Those growth targets are tied to some specific state grants. And there are, within those growth targets, 3 different measurements that we're looking at: baseline, stretch, and maybe the most important target is gap closing. So what is the target that we need for student local groups to hit to close the gap that has existed in education for far too long? So when I say it aligns to LPGT metrics, it means I believe these goals will move us further down that road of meeting the longitudinal performance growth targets.
Okay, what questions do you have for Suzanne around goal 1B?
I guess just a definition walkthrough. What are we? For a neophyte here, it's not up to date.
Yeah, so this would be when an administrator in a building just pops up. It's not a scheduled formal observation. It's just one of those things that happens throughout the day. I walk in, I have 15 minutes I can spend in the classroom, I pull up a tool, I take some observational data and I send it along. That's what we refer to as a walkthrough.
Drop-ins.
Yep, drop-ins, exactly.
How often will those drop-ins happen so that, like, because I know like the one data point, how often will that happen so that we can know?
Yeah, in a best case scenario, every teacher gets several drop-ins during the week. And I said that as a best case scenario because if you've worked in the school system, you know how quickly that could get blown up in a day sometimes. When I did this in a previous district, we actually set a goal for our leaders for a certain number of walkthroughs in a given month. So we'll have some conversations with our leaders when we introduce this tool about whether we want to do that or not and what the right number is, but in a best case scenario, it often should happen. And even if data is not presented, our teachers should feel very comfortable with the supervisors and administrators in the building just plotting.
So I have a question. I'm curious and maybe I didn't understand, but when you started speaking, Suzanne, you said, our school district, but also nationwide, why are we not getting better outcomes for education? And so if I had that right, then I look at this and how is this the same as what everybody else is doing across the nation? How, you know, personally for me, I think the public system as it stands is broken. I really think that we need to do something different. Because we're not getting the outcomes and doing the same thing. So anyway, I agree with your premise that, the outcomes are not what we want. And so how do we do a paradigm shift, or are we just tweaking this like we've done in the past and hope for better outcomes?
Yeah, I love that question. Thank you. Couple of things related to that. Let's focus on goal 1 and goal 4. So my team has probably heard me say at least once this year, I don't hold any sacred cows. So if there's a better way to do something, let's do it the better way. Unfortunately, we do have some legal constraints in terms of what we have to do. An example of that would be Carnegie units. And Carnegie units equate to seat time in a classroom. So there are some things that we're a little bit constrained by. But what I ultimately hope for is that as we are aligning, as we are digging into our data, as teacher teams are meeting, that we are surfacing those ideas for how do we do this better. And if there is a better way to do it, let's do it that better way, and let's create the conditions to allow teams to be creative and innovative and try things that haven't been tried before. And that's where goal number 4, I think, is helpful in disrupting some of those systems. We have some modernization that we need to do with our HR department and with our fiscal department. Right now, those departments are not nimble. We need to create the conditions to be nimble. What some of you don't know is that I had a private sector career before transitioning into education. And what I learned through that experience is that if you cannot adapt quickly, you did not survive in the private sector. You could not be successful if you could not adapt to changing conditions and environments. Transitioning to education, I have learned that education is very slow to change. And sometimes there's a good reason for that. And oftentimes it's because we just don't like change. But in order to facilitate nimbleness, we have to have effective systems in place in our human resources department, in our fiscal department, in our facilities department, and all those operational areas, so that if we do identify a better way to do things, we can make that transition quickly. So we can't do one without the other, Kate. I think it has to be a both and I think it's gonna take time. But I am all about innovative ideas and how we can disrupt what we're currently doing in service to our kids.
And I think by your leadership, but also building that trust and that openness where people don't feel like they're gonna be retaliated against, for coming up with an idea. I think all of those will help in that process.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The questions we have about goal 1. And of course, I have to ask the follow-up question myself. On your instructional walkthroughs, how do you monitor that as superintendent? Because you're having your building level leaders do the walkthroughs. How do you monitor that, and what will it tell you?
Well, some of that is public accountability. Again, I want to co-create this with the leaders. I don't want to just tell them what this looks like. In my prior experience with this tool, when we came together as a leadership team, we had people report out. And I did 36 walkthroughs this month. I did 50 walkthroughs this month. So there's some of that public accountability. And along with that, sharing what we're learning, being able to, so an example is if we all say, and this is made up right now, so for anybody who's listening, this is not set in stone. But if we all say the first walkthrough tool that we're going to use measures the difference between open-ended questions and closed questions. Do you know what those two different things are? Yeah, okay. So if we are taking data on that and come together as an administrative team to be able to say, well, I was in 36 classrooms. And I was surprised to learn that most of my teachers are asking closed questions. All they want is a yes, no answer from our students, or they want the right answer. They're not asking the open-ended questions that lead to critical thinking and creativity. When we can share that type of information together, then we are moving the system towards better outcomes for kids. So I think public accountability is one of the ways that we do that in a safe space. The other way is I just got access to the new and improved tool today, but it does look like there's an admin console. So it looks like there is some monitoring that we can do as a cabinet in terms of how many walkthroughs are being done in a day or in a month.
Strategies that the open-ended questions is one, the talk time is one, those are strategies, and I'm imagining that are part of
the instructional framework expectations that will be introduced to all.
Yeah.
Right, so it's, okay.
And I highlight those two tools because I know they're built into this particular program. We can custom design tools as well. An example, last year, we had a strong focus on opportunities to respond. So that students were prompted with questions and then they had an opportunity to respond to those questions. We can build a tool that helps us assess.
I have one additional, this might be getting down into the weeds a little bit too much for the retreat, but you talked about, we talked about Hattie and just the number one, having teachers feeling like they are empowered and can affect change in the classroom. I know there's a question on one of the surveys that goes out that does track that one time so I might ask what teachers, how comfortable they feel. You guys fill out the students, Lisa, I don't know if you remember the student surveys. They probably, yeah, but the students will say, you know, if they feel they can be successful, there's data points on that, how they're feeling, because there's also research with that. But then the teacher one allows us to see if teachers are feeling that they believe their students can learn. Beyond that, how do you see that as being a marker? Because we know that is the number one marker, and we can, in our district, develop more nuanced ways to get to see if educators are feeling that way, or is that just something building administrators get a vibe for? Which I'm sure they do, but I don't know. What are your thoughts on that particular data point?
Yeah, vibes matter, but I wouldn't make decisions on vibes. I think it's a both and. I think it's administrators, certainly having a pulse of the staff they work with day in and day out. They're gonna know that better than I am. So listening to what our leaders are telling us about the collective advocacy of their teams. But the other part of it is survey data, because sometimes, for whatever reason, people don't feel comfortable letting their administrator know how they really feel about kids, so a survey could answer that for us. The EVE survey questions, which are referenced in here, will provide some of that. Those of us who have been in education for a while, this is a little bit of a reboot of the TEL survey from a few years ago. So there are questions staff are asked about their belief that they can make a difference for kids. And I think that's a really important data point for us because it gets at mindsets. It also might illuminate a gap in tools. It is my belief that everybody comes to work every day wanting to do a good job. And when people start to feel frustrated or like they are not effective in their role, it's seldom because they don't want to be effective, it's because they don't have the right tool to access in their toolbox.
Thank you.
May I ask, when are these surveys taking place? Are we making time for the staff and students to take this? Or is it just like it's in your email whenever you get to it?
Yeah, answer that two different ways. The EVE survey was administered for the first time this year, and we asked our leaders, or Cheryl can fact check me on this. We asked our leaders to create space in a staff meeting for staff to actually take the survey, so that they weren't doing it on their own time. We built in the system for that. For kids in the secondary level, I believe it's advisory. And you can fact check me on this. For our students, advisory is where the survey is most often given, is what I'm being told. Elementary, they need to create the conditions within their classroom to take the survey. And at the elementary level, only students in grades 3 and above take the survey. Because grades K2, since they are still learning to read, it's really hard to put a survey tool in front of them. You're taking a survey at the high school, right, every year? When do you do that?
Usually like third or seventh block. So they give it, if it's on a Thursday, they give it advisory, if it's not, it's third block.
Okay, thank you. Does that answer your question?
If I can go to the 30,000 foot level, I want to be in a position where I, as a school board member, can support what's going on in the school district. I wanna be in a position where I know that there are people above me, say at the state level, that also support what we're doing. I don't get that feeling from the federal government. I get the feeling, to be frank, and pardon my French, they don't give a rat's ass about what we do in class. And I wanna see somewhere where we as a district let the political scene know, hey, our congressional delegation, that we have their back. They're fighting a battle back there that we saw 4 years ago with Rick Perry, and now we're seeing with Ms. McMahon, with Secretary McMahon, that is tearing apart public education. Free and appropriate public education means absolutely nothing. And we need to send the message that they need to get their act together and get out of Dodge. I hate to be that cranky and irritable, but 7 months of this stuff is getting to me. And we've got 3 years and 5 months to look forward to.
Or more.
Okay.
I actually, there's many of us who want to apply for cranky and irritable right now, so, but, so.
And I know this,
But
my frustration level is just,
I wonder, and this we can talk about even after lunch, but I wonder if a strategy is a governance goal is around legislative advocacy. Where you intentionally keep the kind of whatever, in whatever way is possible, keep the pressure on. So that might be a great governance goal. And and the work of a school board.
And if I could, build on that. It is impossible to keep everything that's happening out of our classrooms. And I do believe that one of the most important jobs from the district staff in this room, including myself, over the next few years, is to keep as much as possible out of our classrooms. It is really hard for kids to learn if they're not feeling safe. And there's a lot of noise out there right now. And some of our neighbors are the ones that are creating that noise. We know who they are. Forest Grove is a purple community and people bring in varying opinions about what school should look like and what the content should be. From a district leadership level, we need to stay steady and hold the course and remind people we're teaching kids to read. That's what I need you to do, is teach kids to read, and I need you to welcome every student that walks through the doors, just like they're your own. Build relationships with kids. That is foundational to education. Now, add looking upward, so that's looking across our system down to the pre-K level. Looking towards the state and looking towards the federal government, I think especially the superintendent and the school board, but certainly district leadership in general, have a role to play in advocacy. An example of that is just Monday, I was sitting in a meeting with Suzanne Bonamici and several other superintendents in the region here, where we were able to share with her directly. These are our concerns about what's happening at the federal level, and here's how you can help us right now. So I know we haven't had a chance to work very closely together, but that is something that I'm very committed to. Maybe Christy and Kate can talk a little bit about that from their experience last year. And then doing the same thing at the state level. I think I have a good relationship with our local elected officials. And that's everyone from Melinda, who's our mayor, to Senator Solomon, who is our local senator representative.
And I will continue to do that. I mean, I can add to that, I really appreciate you raising that point, because I think last year two things happened. We did as a district really jump up multiple levels, and we jumped into the pool of not only just reactive advocacy, which I think as a state, we talk on the School Board Association about how we're always just reacting to something that's been coming our way. And the conversation has been, how do we, as a state of school boards, but then again, locally, what does that look like to be advocates to some of the pieces you're saying, which I think are important to verbalize in this community, where this board stands, and that's a conversation for a board to have. Because even though this is a nonpartisan role, I mean, it really is not to me anymore, because we're standing for these values, and it's very clear which of our elected leaders are aligned with that. So the role in advocacy on the larger scene, and how our board can be proactive and actually be not just resisting what's coming, but actually advocating for what this vision could be, I think is one piece. The second piece of, if these are where our district leadership is needing to go, then that piece of, as a board, we need to make sure we are protecting that as much as possible with advocacy. So not just advocating for what people are bringing to us, but saying, hey, we're doing this over here, because this is best practice for kids, and this is how we're gonna serve kids. And so these things aren't what we need. And I think those have been a harder conversation. I mean, we had several with Rep. McLean about this very thing. And her conversation, I felt like we're not quite getting through to, as our representative, we need you to fight for the pathway to clear so we can work. Because what happened, at least in Oregon this year, is several things were put into place, cell phone bill being one, that is slowing us all down. And someone said something, maybe it was you, Christy, about interrupting leadership. What did you say? Like interrupting governance slows us, you said something to that effect.
Interrupted leadership slows down student achievement. And I was thinking about districts where they've had multiple superintendents or school boards that created such noise. The staff is, all they're doing is putting out the noise all the next day.
And if you build that out to, we need to make sure Rep. McLean, and I feel very confident that Senator Solomon has a full understanding now of how she can be someone that's actually helping us move forward, and we need to continue that message. So I love the idea of us operating at that level with a proactive message. And the whole thing we keep coming back to is this: you doing this over here, that cell phone bill is preventing us from doing more of this, and here's why. And instead, we wish you would have done this, because this is what we need. The seat time conversation need one. Anyway, here we go. I'm going, Christy, reel me back in, but I think.
Let's go to goal number two.
Yeah, let's go to two. But thank you.
Questions.
I want to get something, because I think for the first time we have a superintendent that said, well, some of the issues that we have, not only in Forest Grove, but through the whole state, are common. And so Suzanne went and, what do we come up with, three important areas, and other school districts could, they were the same issues and needs, whether they're on the coast or in Eastern Oregon. And for the first time since I've been on the board, it was very effective. And what I saw is that the legislators all come from a different spot in the state, but also personally, is they do not necessarily, in fact, the majority of them do not have an educational background. So what we started was really important, because not only did we educate the people that represent us in this area, but also across the state. And people are now looking at Forest Grove as, leadership in that. And I think one of the things that Suzanne brought out was that we have over 100 mandates with no money behind it. Well, when legislators hear that, so we have to educate the legislators, and there are always new ones coming in. And I think we gained quite a bit of respect from the state when you two did in organizing and putting forward what happened this past year. And it's really essential now, even more so than ever, because of what Pete talked about, what's happening in Washington DC, that we need to educate our legislators, whether they're our senators or House representatives, but this is gonna be a tough going forward. And I think that picking out just a couple things, what can we get behind that will make an effect, not only for Forestville, but also for the state, and then people don't feel like they're in silos, so I think we need to keep doing what we're doing.
I also think what was particularly effective was actually Suzanne, because she has such in-depth knowledge, and I heard a couple of the representatives repeat things that I knew Suzanne had educated them on. So she can go as far into the weeds as possible as they need to go to help to understand the issue, or she can start a little higher level, and they sometimes can understand it like this. So she has that unique ability, and I think you want to be sure she continues to have the time to build those relationships, especially in the short session year, where it's not quite as fast and furious with the state legislative agenda.
If I can make one more comment before we move on. Keep the federal decisions weigh on me. They're keeping me up at night because I think our elected officials at the federal level, some of them are actively working in opposition to schools right now. So, yeah, stop, right? So I agree with what you're saying. And I think two comments to that. One, despite that, parents love their third grade teacher. So if you were to talk to parents about their kids' teachers or about their kids' coach, they're gonna tell you how much they love that teacher. So when you get down to the ground level, when you're talking to people about their child's education experience, they tend to be really supportive of that experience and the environment that their kid is in. I'm bringing that up because I think goal number 3 feeds right into that, about how do we create two-way conversations and engagement. When we can meet people on the streets, host a town hall and have some conversations, set up a booth at the farmer's market, and just talk to people one-on-one, that's where we continue to make progress in terms of really great educational experiences for our students. What's taking place at the federal level, the staff you see in this room, our job is to manage that, and we've already had some experience with that this year when we thought many of our federal funds were going to be withheld. And the work that we did to try to create a response to that was as least disruptive as possible. That work will continue, and we will continue to advocate. I will continue to advocate at a federal level. I talk to Mercury's office regularly. As I said, I talk to Bonamichi's office regularly. Those are conversations that must continue, but the most important work of the people in this room here is ensuring that the experience of every student in our school system is the best it can possibly be. And that means keeping our focus in the classrooms.
And being able to talk about that in public, where somebody's talking to you about a national trend or something they've heard. And do you know what's happening in our third grade classrooms is such an important way to pivot conversations for people, and further instills the trust in public education. You want to keep that trust locally to be sure everything you're doing is instilling trust in public education in Forestville, because it's good education. Okay, goal number 2, improve literacy and numeracy outcomes for all learners. What questions do you have? And we're gonna take a lunch break soon, so.
I just, well, it's a question just about the great data that we did see last year and how it was explained, where growth is happening and the why, and if that has been shared, or if that, you know, is there a way to share a synopsis of that? Maybe an old presentation that with the newer board members too. I think we had a couple presentations where there was really effective explanation of what we're beginning to see with reading.
Yeah. Yeah, between our turn and Beth, then we can maybe go back to the last presentation we did, and we can send out the link, because we can certainly send the deck, but sending the link from the board meeting where we timestamp it might help with context.
Yeah. Thank you.
How do these measure, like, how do? Cause I remember taking standardized testing, but I'm not sure how it's, like, everybody's also, but.
Yeah, so I think your use of standardized testing means state tests, is that right? So we still have state tests we have to administer. That is a requirement of all school districts that receive public money. That will continue, and that's the first goal there. The reason that I focus on third grade language arts and eighth grade math is that these are the measures that we are held accountable to in our longitudinal performance growth targets. So keeping an eye on those matter for us. Eighth grade is new. The eighth grade measurement was added with the accountability bill that just passed in the last legislative session. And this says ELA. I want to draw your attention there. English language arts is what the state measures. We educate about a third of our kids in Spanish at the third grade level. And we are measuring through benchmarks, which is the second goal that you see there, their Spanish language arts development. That is as important to us. It's one of the values that we live by, Risa, that multilingualism is an asset. And so for our students who come speaking Spanish, either as a heritage language, or it is their primary language in the home, we want to build on that. Make sure that they are actually fluent in two languages. So these benchmark data, those are assessments that we administer 3 times a year. You might hear them referred to as local assessments. The state will use the term local assessments to mean benchmark assessments. These assessments allow us to measure in a very sensitive way growth over time. So we can see between fall and winter, are students progressing in their learning? Between winter and spring, are they progressing in their learning? And then we can measure cohort growth over time. So how did our learners last year do, and how is that same cohort doing this year? Which is data we do not get from the state. State does not tell us if cohorts of students are growing over time. And then additionally, we can disaggregate in some ways that are really important to us. So we can look just at our students receiving special education services, or just at our students in a dual language classroom. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. When you report out on the benchmark growth in reading and math, you report both the English and the Spanish.
Correct, and we do all grades for these benchmark, not just third grade language arts and eighth grade math. We report progress in all grades.
And how far up do you do the Spanish assessment and report out to the board?
Did we do it all the way? No, because NAMS didn't have dual language last year. So we'll start doing that in NAMS this year as we expand dual language. So for prior years, it was just through grade 6, which is considered elementary for us.
So my question is, looking at, benchmark growth in reading and math. And attention to focal student groups like bilingual learners, students with disabilities, economically disadvantaged students. So I come from a background of special ed, so I'm going to focus on special ed, but typically what I have seen is if you really want to have a student that's learning disabled, increase their reading by 1 year, 20 minutes, 30 minutes is not adequate. I mean, it's just not, they're never going to get there. So how are we looking at these different groups and doing something different so that we fast track them, because typically students with disabilities, that are learning LD, they never increase by a year unless you do something dramatically different.
Yeah, that's where our MTSS structures are going to help us out eventually. I think we are, and team, please jump in there. I think we are very new in our MTSS journey. My conversations with some educators across the district. For some of them, this is the first year that they've really engaged deeply in conversations around this week last year. Student data and how to use student data to inform small group decisions, for example. And then developing an understanding of the difference between whole group instruction in my classroom, small group instruction in my classroom, and then interventions or SDI, and how those things are really different. I think we are still developing that understanding across our system, and I really would like the team to weigh in here. Since it is, multi-tiered systems of support, thank you, yeah, how many is,
What's the one on that real quick?
yeah, multi-tiered systems of support, the simplest way I can explain it is the right instruction at the right time for every student. So we have instructional systems that generally work for 70 to 80% of our student body. In a healthy system, that's what you would see. And then there are some students who need more. And sometimes those students need more because they started their learning journey from a different point. Sometimes those students need more because they have a learning disability. Sometimes they need more because this is the third language that they're learning and they need a little more time to figure out how to process all of that. There could be lots of reasons why students need more. The more is where the system of support comes in those multiple tiers. Everybody gets the same thing, that's tier 1. Tier 2 is for a number of students, typically 20 to 30% that need something a little bit more. And then there's an even smaller group that might need an intensification of instruction to the point where they're in a group of 2, they're not in a group of 7 anymore, or sometimes even a group of 1. So that's what the multi-tier is.
And I would just add, we've identified certain areas where we would intentionally try to make shifts in, that MTSS multi-tiered supports within it, so tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, for example. So tier 1 is the instruction that happens in the class every day. There are times in our system where our teachers are the highest qualified, who can provide the greatest depth of instruction. Sometimes kids weren't being taught by teachers, but by instructional assistants. And just re-examining those practices, and whether it's literacy specialists who are highly trained teachers, who's providing the instruction to the various needs of our kids. And so that's a very specific example of some shifts that have been made just in the last 2 years to re-examine that, so that we are doing it different, so that the right people, the highly trained people, are providing the direct instruction to the kids that need it most, whatever tier they may be.
You want to add anything, Ken? I know you've been really close with this one.
I mean, I have a lot to add. I think it's probably best for conversations more in depth later, but I would say, years ago, special ed teachers were the only ones trained to deliver that reading instruction. And we had highly specialized programs. And now I would say that our core curriculum is outpacing that with the interventions that they have. So what we're finding is teachers are not coming out as prepared in special education to do that intervention. So Kelly Trout, who's our elementary coordinator, was working really closely with Elena, and now is working with Juliana and Magda will be our new elementary coordinator. I'm making sure all our special education staff, especially at the elementary, are trained to deliver high quality reading instruction And they have access to intervention materials, even the core instruction materials. All students in special education receive core curriculum, so they're not missing out on their core instruction. And they sometimes are receiving 30 to 45 minutes per day of additional instruction. It's really around the quality of instruction and the knowledge base that special education staff come with. So for instance, some of you know about LETRS training, which is around the science of reading and how students learn to read. We found out that there's not a lot of teachers in our system, special ed or otherwise, that know how students learn to read and how you can intervene and how you can determine what a student needs. And that's really important when you're a special educator. So those are the things we're working on, making sure our special ed staff have access to high quality training. Because frankly, our institutions of higher education aren't necessarily providing that. So we're having to do that, as Arturo well knows, even with general ed staff coming in. So Kate, I'm just as interested in how we're going to improve the reading scores. Just as a short example, I had a conversation with one of our elementary principals who's very, very eager to begin her MTSS process, already has, but really wants to go forward. And one of her questions to me was, can we intermix groups of kids? Like, can we have special educators and general educators teach, differentiate groups? We're so used to working in special ed. Teachers can only provide instruction to special ed. And what we're trying to look at now is who are the most qualified teachers with the most experience in teaching our lowest readers. And so we do have principals in our system that are thinking that way, which I think is, we're kind of getting out of that special ed's only in a special ed classroom and thinking growth more broadly, so.
All right, goal 3, strengthening two-way communication engagement with staff, students, and families. What questions or comments do you have for Suzanne about this goal? I know this is a goal on the hearts of you, of all of us, actually.
I have a question. So we talked a little bit about kind of the surveys that are given, and we give students and staff the opportunity to kind of give them that time, but how does that work for families? And then what are our numbers look like or look like in the past in receiving those surveys from families and parents?
It's a great question, and I'm gonna open it up to the team here in just a minute, since I only have 1 year experience in the district. Starting with student surveys, response rates are pretty good, and that's because we make them take it. So we have some power there to ensure that we have students' voices in our survey process. Last year, the staff climate survey was not a strong response. We didn't have a lot of staff take it, and I don't know all the reasons for that. What I heard from several people just anecdotally is survey fatigue. That's another reason why pausing the internal district survey for a year while we see what Eve does for us might be a good break for our system. We send out surveys a lot because it's a quick touch point and people get tired of surveys that show up in their inbox. So not so great last year, but I can't speak to previous years. And then in terms of family surveys, our family survey responses are decent compared to what I've seen in other districts. And I think we could do better. There are opportunities that I don't think we're capitalizing on with family survey. An example of that is if we're at the farmer's market, putting a little QR code up there that says, tell us what you think. Scan the QR code, the survey pops up, it's one question. Tell us what you think about the school district. That's a real quick way to get a feedback from our community and our families that I don't think we're taking advantage of. Having a link on the website to send in questions is another way that we can engage our family and community different. So those are ideas that we need to explore. Does that Yeah, so let me open it up to Arturo, to Karen. Anyone to add to anything I said about years prior to me being here?
I would just thinking for here for a sec, I will say that. This is going on my third year, so I've been here 2 years. We absolutely use the results. Whether it's a handful of surveys, responses, or anytime we push out any kind of survey. We truly take the time to identify, individual responses, also themes, and create action plans. It does inform our work.
Thank you.
QR codes, I have no idea what the hell I am. And when I see one of those, I say, I turn the page. Figuratively and metaphorically and realistically, literally. I think the important two things, one, I would like to insert. And I realize that I'm walking through a landmine field here. I would like to have a board member be a part of that process. I would like to have the board member be able to have a face-to-face with parents, with teachers. But I realize that I don't want to get into when, say, a parent says, I asked a parent, what do you think of? And the parent says, well, I think you ought to get rid of. And I want to be able to say, time out, I'm not ever going to be able to do that. What's the bigger issue? Is the question I want to be able to ask. And I also want that when somebody does fill out a QR code or a survey, however they do it, that we can get back to that. That we don't just take their information and aggregate it into everything else. Make it part of an overall survey finding. But that I'm able to send a note to Ms. Grandusky saying your comment about, and this is my reaction to that. It gives them ownership, gives them the chance of understanding that somebody read that survey at the other end. Seeing the information that I put in as part of an overall survey, it says one thing, and that's important. But having somebody say, Pete, what you said really makes sense, that all of a sudden starts stroking my ego and giving me a sense of value. Individual value, that what I say does matter in the individual sense as well as in the collective, so. And I know that trying to put that puppy together is gonna be it would be a very difficult, if not impossible, situation, but those are the two things that, because when I get surveys, and I got a boatload of surveys after the OSBA summer conference, and I will have no idea what they took with my information.
This exact point, once again, we 100% agree, we
Oh,
have
God, oh,
those
no.
conversations about being able to show the community, even maybe it's easier, how do you do that more broadly, but to say, here's the results, and here's how your feedback either did or did not, inform what we did, but the why. And so we have talked about how to close that loop. And I've been banging that drum since I started here, but I think Alma, we had a conversation about this. I can't remember, we were talking about engagement, and just for context for the new board members, we did a couple years ago, or was it just last year, where at least the staff survey that went out, we formed a different group, and it was district people, and it was a board person, and it was union, and we sat down and reworked one of those surveys, whatever that survey was, because people at that table said exactly the same thing. They were like, first of all, we don't need some of these questions. We'd like to be able to answer some missing questions. And then also expressed like, if we take this survey, what is the what? So we did rework a survey for that reason, and I think we're gonna pause it, but there's been all the same conversation about number one, what are we asking? Number two, if people are gonna take it at the market, what is the reason that no one does anymore? And I agree fatigue, but why the fatigue? Why the fatigue? And I think it's exactly what you said, if people don't feel like it matters. So I think that's potentially, and I love your point too about how can the board, oh, that's what we're talking about on that. How can the board themselves get to know people? And like, and I don't wanna, you might
Go ahead.
expand on this, but you talked about people saying to you right when you got elected, like, I don't even know what a board person does. So all of that, I think would be maybe another focus for the board as a governance goal for engagement. Do you wanna talk just a tiny bit about that experience?
Yeah, I mean, I've had a lot of folks come up, Spanish speaking and English speaking, who, they were like, what does support do? I mean, what are you guys about? Like, I know I just voted, but I have no idea what they do, you know? I have to Google it or something like that, something so basic. I think parents, community members understanding kind of how the hierarchy or however the, you know, positions work and who they can go to might put them in a more approachable, or put us in approachable positions where they can reach out to the right people versus always targeting our teachers, right? They are usually the ones that will take on all the information or an office member. But there are different members that they elect us into office that they can reach out to if they knew what we were about. And I think it's very important. It's just very basic learning for them, information for them. I know my parents had no idea what I was. Had to give a little presentation on this to this one, and they have had, you know, they've had 5 kiddos go through the system, 0 idea that a board, as full board position existed and what we were about.
And how are you sure that in those information, people understand also what you can't do?
Correct.
That's all, yeah.
Yeah, your question or your point, Pete, it's a good one. I wonder. There are some ways that we can address that. A lot of people take surveys because they can be anonymous. And so. Creating a survey without the option for anonymity might actually result in less responses. There may be a compromise, so this is something we can look at going forward, is something as simple as, do you want to be contacted? And if it's a yes response, drop down additional field that they can share some contact information. And then those who don't want to be contacted, we don't contact them. That might be one way to address the question that you're asking, is how do we get back to people? The other thing that I think we could do, and this speaks to transparency, is that these surveys that we put out there, there's no reason they can't be public. We could post the results on our website, and we could send out a link in our communication with families and to staff. We can happily share what we're learning through that process, and to Arturo's point, speak to some of the ways that we use that survey data to improve.
And explain to me what the hell QR code is.
We're having a tutoring session. I'm totally on this one. You don't even get to eat lunch till we go.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
When I'm reading deep in two-way communication, do you elaborate a little bit what you mean by two-way? That's who and who.
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't think there's a limiting who and who, but an example that I'll give you Last year, I met with what I called the superintendent transition team. That was such an amazing conversation. I valued having people in the room who were able to listen to some of the things that I was sharing and respond to some of the questions that I was asking. And these are folks from within the community that are connected. They're folks that have their pulse on a lot of different things. And for me as a superintendent, boy, that was great. I set that up as a transition team and it was so impactful. I'm gonna continue. So that is a way where two-way communication, I think, can happen. But that is not the only way. It's any one of us being at a slow rise bake shop and having family come up and say, hey, can I talk to you about my kid's experience? I have a question for you, whatever it might be. And some formal engagements too. We will continue to schedule formal opportunities. The other thing that I touched on very briefly, but this is an area I think as a district we can improve in, is being in the spaces where families already are. So those back to school nights, conferences, is that an opportunity for us to be present in some of those spaces so that we can engage in some conversation? I think we being education systems, we get kind of hung up on, well, we have to have so many engagement sessions that we need to publicize it so anyone who wants to come can come. But the reality is some of those most authentic conversations where I've learned the most have been on the sidewalk. And so I don't see that as a limiting answer. I don't know how to say who and who. I think it's all of us all the time.
Yeah, I think I agree, taking up space where parents are already in. So my experience, actually here in the school district, as a certified interpreter for you guys. I had parents sharing all this information to me and I'm like, what do I ask you to go to, you know? And I'm like, we can have this conversation, let's schedule something with, you know, your counselor or something like that, but just sharing their experience, their school, their kiddos, and giving feedback at conferences. I didn't ask for it, they just, you know, willingly shared, and then not knowing where to filter them or who to, you know, a lot of them say, oh, yeah, I tried reaching out, but, you know, they don't answer, they don't call me back or whatnot, so. I think, again, parents knowing who they can go to for certain things, just very basic stuff, I think is important.
It's something we need to continue to communicate over and over for them.
Okay, because I want to get us to lunch, can we look at goal 4 and just see if you have questions for Suzanne about goal 4, because then that makes it a natural stopping on for us to have lunch. Goal 4.
Well, I'd like to make a comment that Eileen, our business manager, is pretty phenomenal. And when I first got on the board, when we had budget committees, it was almost next to impossible to understand budget. The budget's like, oh my God. And she went and contacted 4 or 5 school districts about our size. And then Brad and myself sat down and we went through, you know, what was really good about this district and, you know, could be incorporated here. And she did a phenomenal job of really improving so that, you know, community members that are in the budget could understand, you know, the budget much better than just that big book. And she continually improves on that. And I really appreciate that because that is one of our key responsibility as a board members to, you know, pass and approve the budget. So I really appreciate some of those areas where people have already stepped up and have done some great things.
Wholeheartedly concur.
Okay, I'm gonna move us into lunch, but you do have one thinking activity during lunch. I do want you to look at the monitoring schedule And when we come back, I really want us to kind of get some consensus. Is Suzanne on the right track with goals? Do you feel like this could be the right monitoring schedule? And Bethany, lunches and boxes out in the hall, right?
I'll bring them in.
Okay, so we have box lunches. Take break, I think probably we could start back at 12:35. That would be great. We go offline during this break time and you're great to have casual conversations. And get to know each other more. Throughout the lunch. So with that, break team. Thank you.
Well,
Okay, we're back at 12:42. Welcome back from lunch, everyone, and we'll go back to Christine Cuddy.
All right, so I'm just gonna pick up right where we left off before lunch, and then we'll reach out the back to an item or two. We are running a little bit behind, and that's okay, because you're either gonna speed up or you're gonna slow down, and either one of those scenarios is fine. And you may need to carry on with conversation around like a board governance goal in a future meeting, and that's okay too. This solid understanding of where the district is right now is, just critical to the foundation of your work. So I wanna, first of all, just ask from the board some general consensus on you're feeling like Suzanne is on the right track with goals for this coming school year. Given the limited experience you've had, that's okay. Do you feel like anything might be missing? Okay. If you look at the monitoring schedule. We haven't had a lot of time to talk about it, but if you look at the monitoring schedule, let's start with, are there some questions you have about it? And then I am gonna ask for some general consensus around, do you feel like this is the right things and timeline for you to monitor? Because the way I see this is about April, a lot of this is gonna feed into your superintendent evaluation. So this, you set the direction now for Suzanne's work and how you're gonna monitor the work along the way. So what questions do you have about kind of the monitoring schedule? Yes.
I heard somewhere that these would be in work sessions. Okay, I was wondering, since evaluation can be an executive session, where would that fit in? If you were comfortable having all of this in public, or would like to have the opportunity to go to executive session to allow, excuse me, for more frank discussion.
I'm gonna answer that a couple different ways. The schedule that I have here and the data that is referenced here. Some of this is already public, for example, the OSAS data will be public. And what isn't already public should be. So having these conversations about the data, I think needs to take place in a public space. The evaluation and that conversation, Christy, as our board chair last year, may want to supplement my answer, that should take place in executive session where the board provides me feedback about how I'm doing for the whole year. In addition to that, if there is something that you want to talk about related to my performance, then we can call an executive session at any time. And we can have that conversation. So that is an option available to you. So as we progress through this monitoring schedule, if you feel like, man, you're not getting there, Suzanne, that might be the appropriate point at which you call an executive session and we have a conversation around how to adjust course. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I just wanna make sure that if I'm blundering along this, that I don't stumble into an area that might be. I won't say inappropriately discussed in public.
Oh, I see.
So I want you to be able to have the opportunity to say time out and then confer with Ms. Kotke or whoever and say, we need to have, we need to break and go to executive session or have an executive session scheduled down the line. I just want to make sure that I don't step on anybody's toes.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I do think there's a difference between performance conversations in executive session and. Let's have some conversation around third grade reading data. The questions that the board would engage with in that conversation about how our system is working, how we're improving instruction, the tools. The monitoring tools that we use, all of that should be public. Our parents and students should have access to that information. But if you wanted to provide me some critical feedback, that should be an executive session.
Well, and I'll add that when we restructured the superintendent evaluation process last year, one of the things that we did, and they do sort of intertwine, is the way you do the work and the work itself, and then the outcomes. And so one of the ways that played out, and that would be an executive session, was in a narrative form of, I think the board was asking, we see this data, we can see from these outcomes, we're moving in the right direction. And we heard Suzanne say earlier, that's how you know if she's doing that. I personally also said, I additionally would love to get just her insight on how she approached the work. And that fell more towards how that kind of went definitely into the evaluative part, but it was sort of one and two. So I think I see what you're saying, Pete, and I guess there's the way we've done it this last year, I felt was really great. We were able to really get into the nitty gritty with the data. And then that was my question though, is we didn't see that update until the evaluation process towards the end. Is there room, and maybe it's a piggyback executive session with one of these, for a quick executive session for like a mid-year, just narrative update? So that was my only question of if that might be added. Which allows us to have that time to talk about those pieces.
I also wonder too, with new board members, it's also that mid-year is kind of that practice for gearing up for that final evaluation. And you, collectively as a board, you can talk performance anytime you decide. And to Christie's point, when she says, how we know if we have a superintendent that isn't doing their job, when you start to feel uncomfortable about something, that is when you say collectively as a board, we want to talk about this in executive session with the superintendent. But generally, again, if you had like a mid-year, like January, after you had your October 28th and January 27th, you had an executive session there, you'd be able to much more openly see Suzanne's thinking, see where her leadership struggles might be, where she's not getting as far as she wants to get for some reasons that she wouldn't talk about in public. And so it's a great chance to kind of hear more of the story, and helps you build trust with your superintendent. And I'm not at all worried about your superintendent or performance, but I do think it's important as a board to ask yourselves, to really continually remind yourselves that you are monitoring, and your single most important job is to hire and effectively grow and help your superintendent thrive. So anytime you decide, hey, we should have a conversation in executive session, you should do that. But again, maybe preemptively thinking about one in January might be the right.
I think, and also for new board members looking at this schedule, thinking you're still all gonna be just like, what are some of these things that are happening on the schedule? But thinking about if none of us were on this board and there was a different superintendent, does this type of structure and system lend itself to still serve kids in the same way? And does it kind of protect against people who maybe might come in with different agendas and things like that? So trying to build a system now for who's here and why, but really build a system that will continue to work despite that. I'm starting to think about making this a little bit.
You're in a unique opportunity of building and protecting the what you've created for the future. So questions?
I have a question. What does staffing update mean? with this venture.
Yeah, this is new, well, we didn't do this last year, so what I envision here. Is that, one of my goals is to make sure that we are recruiting and retaining high quality staff. Our strategic plan talks about diversification of staff. And so I think there's an opportunity to bring into the boardroom some data around. What our staff composition looks like. Maybe our relationship with the organization that provides subs for us. They have some really good data about fill rates and the quality of the subs we get. We can bring in some demographic data. I think, again, going back to overall, how are we as a system progressing in some of our strategic plan goals? We want staff that reflect the community that we serve. And we have made some progress as a district in that area over the last few years, but I think we have a way to go, and I think the board might be interested in seeing that.
Yeah, I was curious if you were talking about having to lay off staff because of lack of funding. And the federal.
Well, let's hope not. But that potentially could be something that's brought to the board next year. We don't know what funding will look like beyond the fiscal year that we currently sit in.
So we're okay for this.
We are okay for now.
What are professional learning events?
Professional, where are we looking? Excuse me?
April professional learning events.
Oh, yeah. So we have professional learning scheduled throughout the year. And as I wrote in one of my goals, one of the things that we have to do is align that learning strategically to the things that we're working on. So we'd like to bring into the board, some conversation around. He said, we're gonna do this thing, we're doing this thing. But then also Arturo and his team do a fantastic job of collecting feedback after those surveys, or after those events, through surveys. Sometimes folks sitting in the room will collect the feedback, and sometimes it's not afterwards, but we get feedback from our participants, and I think that's worth bringing into the boardroom, so you have an opportunity to see from the voices of the participants. Do they think we're heading in the right direction?
When Suzanne comes to you with a monitoring report, she will explicitly remind you about this conversation we've had today and say, remember, this is part of monitoring my goals, part of the superintendent evaluation, because it's really easy to forget why she's bringing it to you because it's good information and is part of that strategic direction for the district. So she may say that over and over again. Because it's, like I said, it's really easy to forget. And if you get to October and you are like, oh, I thought this was right at the time when we talked in August, and something isn't feeling right about this, then you just raise that to say, okay, we talked about the superintendent goals, this is our monitoring plan. I am not sure this is gonna quite do it for me in this way. I don't know what that will be now, but yes, you want to have a clear direction for Suzanne, and you want to be sure to resurface if something isn't coming to you in the right way. And sometimes it's just coming to you in such a download of information that you're like, I don't even know what to do with this, and that's okay too. But again, we want to get a plan and stick to it, but you as the board always have control of saying you need more or less in your monitor.
If I may, what I'm ultimately trying to do here, hopefully with the board's support, is align my work with the strategic plan so that we can align our internal systems to the strategic plan and the outcomes that we've identified on the strategic plan, and create vehicles through which the board has some insight, some visibility into our strategic plan work. That was an important piece of effort that the district undertook several years ago. Lots of people were involved in informing that strategic plan. It is a commitment we made to the community that we were gonna work towards those goals. So this is my effort to bring those things into alignment. And I think it's the right work. I think improving outcomes for kids is the right work. Modernizing our human resource department is the right work. Now, on the other side of this, I'm gonna be really transparent. We're making this up. So, to Christie's point, if there is something that, as we go through this, where you realize it's not quite working, we either call that out and put a pin in it for the next cycle, or we fix it in the moment, either one.
If you go back to also high functioning boards, shared focus on student learning, use of data and accountability, continuous learning and development, and authentic community engagement, which is one of Suzanne's goals. And so it fits with what the research says about high functioning boards as well. Okay, generally good to go. More. And if a question pops in your head 10 minutes from now, it's okay to bring it back. Or a week or two from now. Okay, so I'm gonna switch us now to board goals and go back to your goals from last year. So here's where the board goals from last year. The board will support the work of the strategic plan by doing all. Adopt a budget that supports a strategic plan, adopts updated policies, expands the district, expects the district to apply an equity lens. You can see the bullets there. So that's goal number one. Goal number two, when possible, board directors will visit schools and attend school-based events or performances. And then for three, the board will continue to advocate for adequate and stable funding for K-12 schools like the following. Then you have the bulleted list. So I'm gonna start with our veteran board members to say, what about did you meet these goals as a board? Okay, that you didn't or did. And then did these goals, were they the right goals to advance the work of the district, especially around student learning? So I'm gonna open it up to Christy and Kate for starters. And I'd love to know the new board members' thoughts after that.
I think when I came on the board, there was a longer list of goals, and in the retreat, it was kind of just, yeah, these all sound good, let's go with these again. And the last year, we said, well, we weren't really monitoring any, we didn't really have set outcomes as a board for ourselves for any, we didn't really even take time to reflect throughout the year on them specifically. And so we narrowed to three, because we felt like at least we could get narrow. But again, at the time, and Kate will correct me because she can go even farther back, we didn't draft goals really based on, rooted on the strategic plan per se. And I think now that I'm on OSBA, I hear from a lot of boards where board members individually come in and they each have their own goal, and then they battle it out at the retreat, and they overhear, I could be wrong, Christine, but
You're right.
yeah, they overhear set some board goals, and then over here is your superintendent leadership team actually doing the work, and city council very similar. So I think for goal 3 was the closest goal I felt like we actually actively started to, like I said, take some steps. But none of that, I think, was because of the goals themselves or the action plan we set in place, and we still didn't monitor. Those are checklisty, but to what end? So I wasn't even for goal 2 when possible, because we heard a lot of staff saying in the survey, they want to see board members in the classroom, board members in the schools. And I asked at one meeting, like, well, can we dig deeper? Why? You know, what is it that we need to provide to support the staff? And so we just randomly were going, and, you know, there wasn't a plan to any of it, but the intent was good. And I think the conversation when Suzanne came in, we kind of rethought how we do all of the thinking around it and boards themselves. This is just my personal opinion. I actually don't feel like there should be board goals. And I said the same thing at the city. I feel like the board should have goals that support the work that the superintendent and team are hoping to do. And ideally, those should work out to be aligned. And I'm just thinking, most of my thinking was forward. So if, again, if it's not us, and you do have someone that runs for Forest Grove School Board, and their whole mission is to, you know, do something in the district. We want a structure that's like, does what you want to do when you come in, like Kate, she just wants reading. Well, luckily, reading actually does align, so that's a perfect, we can fit it in. But if Kate wanted something completely off the rails, like starting a whole new program somewhere and that was her thing. As a board, we'd be able to say, actually, that doesn't align with any of the work that we've all agreed to do, which is anchored in the work our community wants to do. So I love the idea of maybe flipping how we think about the board, not even calling them maybe goals. I mean, it would be how we govern goals, but our goals would support these goals. Maybe we just have district goals. I'll stop there. For me, that was my experience. Kate goes back farther to say how we're either set and actively pursue goals or not. How we knew.
Well, we did, that was the problem. And, I think what we tried to do this past year was very good. But I agree with Christie, is we should be, supporting the superintendent, her goals and strategic plan. I don't see why we need to have specific individual, as a group, have goals. It never made sense to me, but we did not in the past. A lot's happened, COVID happened, so it's all.
Yeah, there's a lot that's happened.
Yeah,
Yes.
so I think we're on the right track. But I agree with Christie, I think we should just support superintendent in the strategic plan.
What about new board members, your reaction to that or your questions?
I guess my question was, why were these set then? Like, how did these come about?
I think when we did these three, we recognized that our previous goals were kind of, we weren't actively doing anything with them. So they weren't helping us be a better board to help the district. So then we tried to get more narrow because we thought less is more. And we knew that was the advocacy goal was something that we could activate. So that one in particular, and I do think we really, there is an interest in the board in really trying to be engaged in some way with that's genuine and authentic, recognizing our roles of power. So I do feel like those are the things those 2 and 3, but goal 1's kind of automatically what you do as a board anyways. That was kind of just.
Could we just have one goal versus 3 goals and actually focus on it?
We, that's what, yeah, you can do whatever.
You can.
Yeah.
You can also be the board that has 10 goals. I wouldn't say that's a quality combination of 4, but ultimately you could have just one goal.
And I think for 3, Alma, to answer your question, like the advocacy goal, we didn't go any farther than that. We never said, this is what we would expect, just like we're asking our superintendent, where does she see that we could be? And then adjust as the year goes. We never said, what does that advocacy look like? We didn't assess halfway through to say, are we being effective at it or not? We didn't even take some ownership individually of who is gonna do those. And again, it's not necessarily making sure we're all carrying the same load, but just acknowledging who can do what towards a goal. And how will we know if we get there and when do we reassess? So. Lisa or Maya, any thoughts?
Well, I think that if we align our goals to match with, what the superintendent's goals were, it would make the most sense. Because in a way, it's kind of what we need to get done and what the community wants to do from us as well. So these goals would kind of put us apart from that, and I think it's more important to work on in helping achieve the goals and reading union within the school board, but also that help the community. Lots of-
What do you think, Lisa?
I think just looking at this is very overwhelming. There's a lot of bullet points happening. I think I like almost kind of suggestion of focusing on one goal and putting our efforts there, instead of spreading ourselves thin through like multiple goals and then multiple subsections within the goal. And I do agree that it would make sense for our goals as a board to align with the goals of the superintendent and the district, just kind of unifying that. I think it would result in a more, I don't know, kind of like more focused, kind of like either completion or just more growth rather than just us being all over the place.
Anything to add, Pete?
When I see the goals, I started looking at the bulleted things. I don't know if those are off limits to me, and if they aren't. I would support its decisions, the last bullet on goal one, by using data and anecdotal evidence. I think sometimes when you get all the data up there, it says one thing. And in order to support that on a personal level, intellectually, we can accept the data. I think emotionally, you can say, well, this is how little Davy Warner was impacted by this in his third grade class. And you're able to not only say, the evidence shows this, but so does the progress that he made. Number two, that was one of the things that I would probably do anyway. Because I will go to a basketball game, I'll go to a football game at the drop of a hat. What I need to do is also go to the music festivals and go to the plays. And someday I hope to also be able to drop in on classes in a non-threatening position if that is possible. But I need to drive schedule and I need to get permission from the superintendent, from the school principal, and from the teacher, Emma herself. Because when I was teaching, and this isn't back in the day, you know, when I was a kid. We saw the board once a year when they came around to give us the damn apple for Christmas. I'm sorry.
I didn't really feel about that.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No.
There's also a line item in the budget, which we didn't know for the longest time. They didn't even buy the apples. But I digress. And then the last one, it's local and it's state. We need to also focus, even though it's a small portion of our overall budget, the impact of the impact, both financial and emotional on the part of the feds is crucial. We need to be involved in that. So those are the best I can do.
Okay, so, let me take a stab at what I think I'm hearing from you. And let me put it in the form of a goal. The Forest Grove School Board goal is to, support students in their district by, supporting the work of the strategic plan and the superintendent goals. Period, as a goal. Is that kind of what I was hearing?
Well,
And we have to look at,
I mean,
do,
I don't
need to have a goal.
No,
That's
it's
another
that
question.
implied when you're on the school board is essentially your support. Well, okay.
Okay, yes.
I think. I agree with like yes, it's implied, but also it's kind of hard to remember that this is the goal or this is our goal, and I think it's helpful to have a reminder, and we don't necessarily have to call it a goal, but it's like just something so that I can look back and concretely like look at it physically and be like, this is why I'm here, this is my purpose to help me refocus. Because I think it's very easy, we get distracted by all the different things that are happening, we don't know what's going to happen and what decisions will have to be made in the future. And I think it's really helpful to just kind of help us refocus on whatever it is that we decide to be our goals, or just not necessarily call it a goal. And so I think it can be helpful to just, at least for me, to have something to look at and be like, this is why I'm here. This is where I need to put my effort, and not get easily distracted by a conflict that comes up and just let everything be consumed by that one thing.
And you could have it not be a goal and just have it a series of commitment statements. That could be,
Mission statement, yeah.
yeah, like, you know, the Forest School School Board is committed to creating the conditions to where all students thrive. We will do this by, well, it's like I've done this before in my life, it's just automatic. We will do this by supporting the superintendent goals and monitoring her goals. Throughout the school year, we will, you know, advocate legislatively, both at the state and national level, on issues that, yeah, on behalf, so it just could be those statements, yes.
And I think we can always change them. I think they can be fairly malleable, and we don't necessarily
You
have
can.
to stick to them, because things can change, and we should be able to adapt and kind of have them grow with us as we grow along, and so they don't have to necessarily be set in stone for the school year.
So, what do you,
Yeah. Because those are your goals, do you think you'll change them?
No, not at the level that they're written here today. Now, what we didn't talk about is, which I think some of you understand, is there's 150 sub goals underneath that, each one of those, so there's a lot that happens to make those things come to be, but at the level they're currently written.
Yeah, I guess I'm less sorry, so a little confused as to why we have these goals if we have these goals. I'm just a little, I mean, is there like, that's why I was saying, is there like a specific goal that as a board member that perhaps you don't have in there that we can target and help some of that in there? If not, then yes, what is the purpose of having these goals? I guess that's why I'm a little confused, sorry.
You can't verbatim,
that's the
that's the-
question on the table.
That is, that, we probably didn't even need to put these up, I think we talked
just
about.
let me get
Yeah,
these
let's
off.
take these off, because this was an example of what we did last year,
Mhm.
but. Yes, I mean, Walnut, I'm loving, like, let's just,
It's just
if
not,
we did this, and what do you think that would look like? So let's forget we saw that, I mean, I really like how you framed that there. Because, and it's what you're saying too, Brisa, like. How does a board put on paper what we are trying to do, which is. Who said?
Can you play that?
It is recorded, that's the business. I just thought that was really well stated. And that's exactly why we're here having this discussion right now. Because it does seem like there's a shift in even how we're approaching. And it's all tied, how we approach the evaluation of a superintendent, how we communicate and engage with our community, how we align all of those things. And so, you know, is that a role of the board to just show where we can as a board support, but we also acknowledge like we each on this board have different strengths. And so knowing that one board might have a particular interest in supporting goal 2 for engagement, because that's a big passion right now. There are some people that have a skill in that. It's again, big thoughts, Synthesizers, please.
Let me.
Of this size of plant.
Yeah. I hear two different things. Well, I mostly hear consensus around, I think. So correct me if I'm wrong, around consensus of you really probably don't need separate board goals. Your goals are Suzanne's goals. And your job is in your lane is to monitor Suzanne's goals and to evaluate Suzanne. Yeah, are we in kind of a general agreement on that? But now I heard two different things. One is I heard Brisa say, but I feel like that needs to be written down. Because for you, and maybe for others too, seeing it will remind you of what your charge is, right? But it doesn't have to be in a goal statement.
Well, I see our role is to support this through 28, our strategic plan, and support our superintendent. And the other three goals are, we elect a superintendent, we evaluate a superintendent, and we approve budgets. I mean, those three are,
That's your function.
that is our function. And so I would just add, support the strategic plan, because a lot of this information is listed underneath all of these bulletins in there. So, yeah, that's what I would do.
Lisa, may I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Would a purpose statement fulfill what you're hoping for? So instead of writing down, these are the goals. I might be reading too much into what you're saying, so I'm checking. It sounds like you're looking for some specificity around what is the purpose of this one? And that's why I'm asking if the purpose statement really fulfills that, and it could capture monitoring the superintendent's goals, ensuring the strategic plan is being fulfilled and worked towards. But more broadly, why are you doing what you're doing?
Yeah, like I think going back to what Alma said, before I even ran for this position, I had no idea what a school board did. I had to do my own research and I'm still learning as to what my role is on the board, how to be a helpful contributing board member and work towards progress. But I don't necessarily I need something to look at. And I think it would be helpful for our community to also look at something, just be like, this is why it exists. This is why we're here. This is we are here to help the school, but how are we doing that? And I think I love just some sort of general statement or something that I can look at. But that's also just me. I'm a very structured, I like rules and I'm a rules person. But yeah, the general sort of statement, like you can see that would be fairly helpful.
I heard it other places, so we hear it right now related to the board discussion, but the other conversations we had is about the community doesn't quite know what we do, what our lane is. I want to be a listener and hear things, but also be able to say, hey, time out, that's not my job. I want to be able to educate people in the community what our role is. So some sort of a purpose statement about the board could fulfill multiple things. It sets your course. It says, here's what we're going to do. And here's how our board functions, and you can use it in multiple areas. And it's your little elevator speech on here's what a board member does. And you can point to it when you get in those tricky conversations, when somebody wants you to fix the bell schedule, or mow the field. And you can say, hey, this is my role as a board member, but I'll pass that on to our superintendent.
Well, Christy, is that maybe just a completely revamped version of working agreements? So instead of the standard working agreements that every board just copies and, but a working agreements as far as okay, for Brisa, as a board, our working agreements are under engagement. Board members will do a few of these things, and it could be modified as oh, we actually couldn't do that, or we are doing that, and now what do we want to do? So almost what we agree to as board actions that support the work that's being done here. Or
I'm gonna say maybe.
okay,
I'm gonna suggest that step one is to solidify your purpose and your statements. And then either now or a year from now, you see, does this help you then pull the purpose into your working agreements. I don't think I would jump. And maybe Suzanne has a different opinion. I don't think I would jump that far that quick. Because some of those working agreements are super detail oriented, and I see this as a higher level. But what do you think, Suzanne?
Sorry, before you answer, can you let me know what a working agreement is?
Yeah.
But all I know is when I got on, I got a big sheet of working agreements and talk about bullets, Risa, it's a whole.
Oh, you will love the rules.
45 different, like, we will talk respectfully, we will show up on time, we will be prepared, so. And pretty much everybody just like, yeah, working agreements, but again, we didn't really check ourselves or hold ourselves accountable to those. But the idea that it's almost kind of a agreed upon sort of to-do list. Which I think, I mean, I'll resonate with you on the general statement, for me, I still would wanna know like. What are the things? So maybe a hybrid, you know, and maybe that develops.
They offer a different interpretation. To consider, there are a couple of documents that I'm thinking of as certain policy related to board conduct and behavior work. One of those is the working agreements between the board and the superintendent. From my seat, those agreements are super important. So getting back to what you said, someday it is possible that the board here isn't united and that some of the board members come in with an agenda. The board and superintendent working agreements offer some protection to the district in a situation like that. There's also a document that speaks to board conduct. It's expected of the board, the way you behave when you're engaging with the district and the public, and that's more around ethics, which that binder that we gave you during your orientation, those documents are included in there. There is what I think you're touching on, Christy, perhaps another way to go about this, which is maybe a purpose statement. But within that purpose statement, there's some general agreements about how the board works with each other. I think I've heard you say. And that, I think spending some time in conversation around what that looks like, going all the way back to the beginning, where if there's a conflict and we have an agreement that within 72 hours, we're gonna reach out to each other and schedule a time to have a coffee, if that's the agreement, that's great. But some common understanding of how the board works with each other could be really beneficial.
Do I hear general consensus, so no more goals, other than the broad purpose? What do you think? That's big, just kind of, doesn't mean you can't revisit it, maybe we come forward at the next meeting with what a purpose statement looks like. And an activity around how the board works together to create that.
Sorry to ask the
That's
question.
okay, yes,
Can we add a new goal? Like,
yes,
yeah,
yes,
okay, so.
you're in charge.
Oh.
Just takes 3 votes of your peers.
Okay.
Yeah, what the decision, even the working agreement with the superintendent, it isn't a iron fast protection of the superintendent board relationship. You get a new board and it just takes them knowing to change the working agreement and then approving a new working agreement for that to change. So you ultimately, as a group of 5, have the power to start right now with no goals and to say, hey, we better get a goal around how we work together because this is not working for us. In October. Or you get to those working agreements and a year from now you say, there's a few things in these working agreements that aren't working for us, especially with the superintendent board relationship, and we want to change a few. That's why you put them in policy. That's why you have multiple readings. That's why you approve them. So you have a lot of latitude. It's just about the process.
Pete.
I look at this page, the one that says purpose, promise, and maxim. And I almost wanna stick a pencil in my forehead to ease the pain of reading that. There's an awful lot there, and at the same time, you get lost in the verbiage. The things that jump out at me, to ensure students are equipped to be lifelong learners. And then end the sentence there, period. And possibly add another one to develop the critical skills and creativity required for success in an evolving world. And evolving to me is the key there, because what we learned 20 years ago, 30 years ago, dare I say, 50 years ago, doesn't work now. You know, nobody, I think, in this room really remembers how to use a slide rule, nor should you. So things change. And I pulled those two statements out because I think that's what the entire page is getting at, but it takes so damn long to get there. Oh, shut up.
So Pete, is your suggestion then to, if whatever statement is drafted, if we decide to draft a statement, to get right to the point, to do so with plain language that clearly communicates.
Again, the word that comes back to me is mission statement. And that's just one overarching principle you have, and you break it down with goals, and you break down the goals with objectives, and then strategies and so on and so forth as you move down the hierarchy this time around. But I think the top of the pyramid is just, we want kids to be able to survive in a changing world. Or to borrow a phrase from 1960s television, to live long and prosper. Yeah.
Well, Kate mentioned that, and this, I didn't hear that ever since I got on the board, is your only job is hiring. She just said it. Those really are like hiring the superintendent, overseeing the progress of towards a strategic plan budget, right? I mean,
Evaluating.
that is really the goal of this board. So,
But you do those things in support of the overall mission statement.
yes,
You hire the superintendent to make sure that kids leave this school district with the skills to succeed. You balance a budget with the overall desire to ensure that the kids leaving this district succeed. You do all those things to ensure that kids leaving this district succeed.
but those things now are being done by Stan. Eileen is on top of the financial stuff, Cabinet is doing all of the things. So a board, and essentially we already hired someone, so that job is done, check, right? So now the question is, okay, all those things have been done and are being done. So we're basically oversight, which is gonna come to the meetings. So beyond that, this particular board of person, and I'm just riffing, but this particular board of personalities and strengths. What else? I guess maybe that is the question. What else can this board commit to that supports all of that work? And that's where that putting goal one, we will, monitor financial, let's be honest, I'm pretty sure Eileen is monitoring financial, the board is not doing that. So
we've been elected officials from the community to look and be the overseer, as you said. Even though she's doing her work, we had under Yvonne, an incompetent, individual in that position that put us in a deficit in January that we had to fire people. And so the thing is that we are the overseers, and we have to make sure that the strategic plan and the person that we hired is doing exactly what we want, and we represent the community to make sure that they're not absconding with the money, et cetera, et cetera. So it's like a check and balance situation. And it's really important that we don't go over budget, can't go over budget, and it's important that we balance our budget. And it's important that we do what really we need to be doing, is teaching the kids to read and do math. I think sometimes we get really into too much of this stuff, you know, I just would like us to stick to. I'd like us to streamline it and be really clear about what we're doing, and the policies tell us what we can and cannot do. But I think streamlining it is really important. It's word, what do you call it, this stuff, just too wordy, some of this stuff.
I will say it's awesome that you have all the systems in place and you feel confident. But your job is still to rigorously oversee that because it can change. So, and that is, I mean, if you think in a nutshell, what is your biggest job? That is it, to rigorously oversee the superintendent, the district outcomes, the strategic plan implementation, the budget. Even if it's going incredibly well, because the minute you sit back, things can change.
Well, that's why we started, because of the.
That can make you crazy.
Yeah, the financial
Yeah.
person we had, we were not getting monthly statements of knowing what was happening in the, business office. And that's why when you get a report, a monthly report showing all the checks, and then also the monthly statement that Eileen puts up, because we never had that before. And that way you can look line by line, where are we spending our money, you know? And it's not like a whole half a year that goes by, and then all of a sudden the board is saying, oh my God, we're in the hole, and in January we have to lay people off. So that's why those two things are in the packet now, is so that we actually, I mean, you can read through and see that we're being accountable, we're watching what the, Eileen's terrific, no issues. But that is part of our job.
Suzanne, I see you writing. Are you writing something you?
Yeah.
She was drafting very well there. I can tell when Suzanne's putting this to paper.
Yeah, I wonder. Trying to figure out a path forward, given everything that was put forward. I wonder if it's a statement, something to the effect of. The purpose of the school board is to create the conditions for the district to achieve the goals of the strategic plan in service to student learning, and I'm not quite done there, but there's an assumption built in here that I don't know that we've agreed to. The assumption in a statement like this is that we think the goals of the strategic plan are the goals that we should work for. I believe that is true, given all the work that went into it, the conversation we just had about my goals being aligned to the strategic plan. It doesn't get into the specifics of how. It just says that it's the purpose of the school board to do these things. So there are some flaws in this approach, but it does simplify and it does center student learning.
And then, well, maybe is letting people sort of think about that statement. And then think about from their own perspective, so based on that statement. What would we each individually feel like we could bring to the table to support, and what does that look like in real life, and then. I'm not today, but you know, and then all of us putting that on the table, you know, Pete's got federal connections. Risa and Allmer and I are super passionate about engagement, you know, what would you like to see this board doing to show the community that we're also supporting that work? And there's where we get to sort of get more specific. Like, so we could leave that room, all as a board, knowing we've agreed that this may be short list or something are things that we feel like we can work together on. But then it might evolve as we have to have conversations about, again, once we assess ourselves, are we doing that work? How do we do that work? Advocacy is my thing. I'm not assuming for others, but we would all bring something different. So a statement like this allows a different board to still bring their own strength forward and support in the way that they best could. It just might be a little different.
And Pete, I hear what you're saying about the wordiness of the promise, the maxims. There's a lot of words on that page. And if we were to go through a process of renewing the strategic plan, which we will do in about a year and a half. I think that's the time to change what's in there. I feel strongly that we need to honor the work of all of the voices that informed this plan when it was originally written. And not make modifications until we engage in an authentic process with the community again. But if the board feels like, no, we've got to go back and need to revise the strategic plan now, we could do that at any time. It just doesn't fit with the timeline that was originally seen.
Because right now, next year, middle of the year, you'll start.
Yeah, this runs through 28, so
Okay.
the strategic plan is a year-long process. It can't be done in a few weeks, so it will take us all of the 26-27 school year to prepare what we would need to follow up with the revised strategic plan in 28.
What if for the next meeting, which I don't know how this fits into your board schedule, it feels like we're not gonna complete our work today, which is great. And people have taken in a lot. For next meeting, what if Suzanne and I draft up a purpose statement? Maybe even there's some versions in a purpose statement that lists a little bit of specificity underneath that you could look at. And we also get you the board working agreements policy and the board member conduct policy, because all of that now anchors with our conversation. And then we come back to have that discussion now as individual board members. What do you contribute to meeting this purpose? And we'll kind of adopt the purpose statement. Does that feel like a next good path?
And
What's that? That's just to the point you're like, I'm not sure which way to go. It's okay.
yeah, we can go for that.
Okay. And you can always change. Just in circling back a little bit to Suzanne's goals and her monitoring. So this is taking a right turn backwards or U-turn. What would make you feel really good about the work that Suzanne accomplished this year? I think this is a great way to give her some feedback about what you're looking for, and also a good way to close us out for today. So thinking back to Suzanne's goals and her monitoring, what would give you as an individual board member the sense that things were moving in the right direction? She had a handle on what's going on in the district. You were happy with her performance.
Well, I think just seeing her, and seeing, with Christie too, with the legislative, at the state, just talking in the community, parents are happy, administrators are happy. There's a real sense of trust and respect. And to me, trust and respect comes at the top when it goes down, and the community feels very good about the superintendent, but also, I look at our construction projects. It all goes together and people are very respectful, and I just see this team coming together really well. So I think we're off to a very, very good start, and I haven't heard anything negative. I would tell you that, but I haven't.
And it's both how she conducts herself, what she gives to you as a board, and what you hear, what your survey data might say, and what you witness from her. Is that?
Yeah.
What else?
Well, I I think only two of us have been on.
I know, but we've got new board members, like what would?
Yeah.
Well, I think just so far, based on my experience, my few interactions with you, you communicate effectively, which I appreciate, and you also allow for space for us to process what has just been said, and allow us to ask questions, which I really appreciate. I think it can be very difficult if someone were to just give me all the information and I would just be stuck with it and left alone. So I really appreciate just offering that space, and I can see how community members and parents might also be really grateful for that as well. My first time ever seeing you was during an event at Pacific University when we had a panel. And the way you spoke and the way you expressed your care for the community and our school district, that was kind of my first impression of you, and I thought it was great. So I mean, just based on everything I see, I trust these goals, and I trust that you've put a lot of love and thought into it. And so I'm very excited to.
Made you want to run for the board.
No, I think our arm was twisted.
Oh, okay. We're glad you're here. Anyone else want to add anything? What would success look like?
I think Teresa mentioned trust, and I think that's been built. It feels like it's been built very quickly, at least between me, myself, but. One of the questions I asked Suzanne was. We talk about this question all the time, how will we know it's working? But I asked where does she think she can get? You know, if by June, where does she envision based on how we can change and grow and where we are now? And so I think I have enough trust that if she can identify where she thinks she can get and modify along the way, which she does, when we thought we might get here, but now this is what we need to do and explain with communication. That's part of how I feel like I will know we're being successful, not if she got there, but that she can identify where we need to be, and that is a high bar. And it is. So I think that's one of the things that would help me know. And as far as the engagement goal, I think, and I don't know where I would see this, but I have heard nothing but just super excitement from all kinds of different people for different reasons, but it's almost always been about communication, the newsletter communication, people feeling like they're safe and that we have a plan. But I think I would like to hear now moving forward, the community be able to identify what we're working on. I think it's starting to break through, it's reading. And that was one other thing for this board to think about after this meeting is we did kind of hyper focus as a board, at least our focus seemed to, we wanted publicly to be, the reading, you know, so, but if there were people in these engagement sessions that did leave with an understanding of that is specifically one of the things we're heading towards, and it might not be that, I don't know what it is, but people at the market being able to verbalize that they understand we have a strategic plan and we're hoping by next year, this new reading program might do this. Those are the types of, but I don't know how to quantify that or what, but if you go, a couple years and people are just like, yeah, your superintendent's great, but they can't identify why they say that. That's, to me, that next level. And I think people already can, they're listing their reasons, but.
So I think the strategic plan, some of the teachers don't have a strategic plan, and also, so that's another issue.
It is, and I'm gonna speak out of both sides of my mouth here. The strategic plan is our guiding document for district leadership. It's identified the goals that we're working towards. And I don't know that it's necessary that every teacher know what's in the strategic plan. I'm more concerned that every teacher understands the instructional framework and have a plan for learner variability. If we could get every teacher there, just stand aside because magic will happen. So I think it's a both and. I think it's continuing to communicate that we do have a plan and we spend a lot of time on it and involve a lot of community voice and we're working it. And where the rubber meets the road, we need damn good teaching, to borrow an expression from Pete, just leave him.
Oh, blame me, okay.
And that's where I want teachers to really focus their.
That's that heart of Suzanne right there. Damn good teaching.
Well, I think one of the things I saw is that the posture in the district has changed. It hasn't. It's a process again. We went through a period of time where people were just belly aching to no end about my tax dollars being spent on so on and so forth, and we're not getting our money's worth because kids aren't succeeding because we're not yada, yada, yada. That conversation has changed. It's more optimistic. And I think that's obviously a step in the right direction, and it's the thing that's making people feel much better about this school district than they may have. And goes to a number of things, like what Kate was talking about, the financial difficulties, or talking about the differences in what the importance of reading was. We're now beginning to focus on those things and beginning to develop a singular position instead of trying to herd cats. And I think that to me is a significant part, and I wish I could take some credit for that. Shit, I've been here for a month and a half, so. Shoot, I've been here for a month.
You've worked miracles, Pete.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think that. Jeff Morrison. What are you thinking?
No, no.
No,
we're
okay.
good.
Maya, any thoughts? No. So I think though that Christy and Suzanne have some work to kind of align what we heard and come back to you with something. We did have an article we didn't get to, but we can do that at a future time. If we went around the room, what was the best and the worst thing about today in less than a sentence? The best and the worst thing today in less than a sentence.
And cabinet, can they say?
Yes, yes, I'm gonna start
Yeah,
with them,
I
though.
was gonna
Start with first.
Yeah.
Cabinet gets to.
Oh, yeah, they get to the best and the worst. And if you could only have the best thing, that's okay. How about that?
Are you gonna call?
I'm gonna call up people here, but I don't wanna have to start with cabinet. And like poor Sarah, like, you know, has to, new here, let's call on her first. Almond.
The best thing, well, it's kind of hard, this is my first time, right? So I think overall, just, everybody got to share a little bit, we were all engaged, it wasn't just like, you know, some of us were quiet. I think that's a very good experience as to what kind of team we are building.
You wanna say the worst thing?
I don't know, I didn't like my dressing.
Fair, fair. That's good, Suzanne.
I'm totally gonna steal that.
Everyone's gonna say that the dressing was bad.
Actually, I was gonna say I didn't like my cookie, but that wasn't my favorite. I ate it all anyway, but it wasn't my favorite. So there's my worst. In terms of what's best, I am super appreciative that we have a group of individuals in this room here for the purpose of educating kids. I don't hear any ulterior motives, no hidden agendas. Everybody who's sitting around this table just wants kids to learn, and with that, we can do just about anything.
Maya.
I think very important today was just like hearing and seeing all our different strengths, and again, how passionate we are about education. And which part is also my cookie.
If I come back, I will make cookies. How about that?
I'll make them.
You'll make cookies, okay. Kate?
I just was really excited to, have our new people with us and hear their voices, and I'm so excited that, you know, with Risa, Pete, and all of that, I think we're gonna do good stuff with Risa. So, but I'm really excited, you know, you sort of worry, you know, you see the national and different school boards, but I'm real excited, I think we're good stuff, yeah.
Teresa?
I think the best part was just getting to hear different perspectives and seeing that we all ultimately have the same goal and have different ways of getting there. And I really liked the piece of paper. That was really nice.
That was a good prompt.
But I think it's a good show, just how willing we are to move forward and to how willing we are to be adaptable and make change. And I'm excited for what the future's gonna look like and having these fun conversations. The worst part, I'm tired of sitting.
I know, it's true, it's true, and it's a lot of information too, yeah. Pete?
I think the best part was, when Kate referred to me as a new person, that.
I say you're an old timer.
Yeah. Well, no, I won't go there. No, I think just the opportunity to put faces to names, to listen to those ideas in a non-threatening area, be able to express those ideas in a non-threatening area. The worst thing, the lunch was very good. But I would have enjoyed it even more if it had been somebody local. To support the community.
Christie?
Just hands down, the 3 new board member voices in the room, I mean, my joy and just like I told Maya, well, Maya also, but Maya isn't new to me because I've known her, but already what's been put into the room by those 4 new players has just is so, it's such a relief and it's so appreciated and it's just fantastic. And the worst for me is just that we can't have an extra day of the week, so we can just continue this type of conversation, because I do think it's, as soon as the school year gets going, it is so much more difficult to really have quality conversations, and when we do that, we can already see what can come from it, so more time would be nice.
Okay, cabinet, I'm just gonna have you do the best. They won't make you say the worst thing. David?
Just like, I mean, in order to progress, you have to start from the beginning, so it was a good time to be together to lay a foundation for that work to go forward.
Kimberly?
Opportunity to listen. I appreciate that, and I got the chance to get to know Teresa a little bit during lunch. I'm gonna say the worst part was my snickerdoodle.
It wasn't great.
Snickerdoodle.
Oh.
I think the best part for me was just getting to meet everybody for the first, many people in the room for the first time. And just getting some insight in what you're bringing as individuals to strengthen our districts, so appreciate that.
I think the best part was after listening to the conversation and everybody's perspective, it feels like everybody's coming to the table with the heart of students at the forefront of their minds, and that's really important. That's why we're all here. So, and if I can just share the worst, it's that the chair is too tall and my legs are too short.
Oh.
I'm tired of sitting too, but.
Yeah. And I didn't have to sit down long. Yeah. Bethany, anything to add?
It's been really great to get to know everyone over the last month or so, and yeah, appreciate you all being here. Thank you.
The best part for me is working with what I see as a group on the way to being a high functioning board, like that dedication to students. I mean, Suzanne and I were talking and she's like, I feel like I just have the best world, because you can do the hard work if you have really good people that you stand in it with. So we will figure out next steps. We'll figure out if I do or don't have a part in those next steps. And, either Suzanne or Christy will circle back around to you with where we land. Okay, thank you. Now you can get up and move. before you-
Thank you, Christy.
Yeah, thank you.
It was a very fun day.
Can I say
So-
one more
Yes.
thing that we need to do, that this might be your new worst part? We need to take photos of all the board members.
Well, and before the photos, we do need to officially adjourn, and I have one more quick thing.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, but Christy, thank you, because Christy has been doing this work and a lot of the work with Suzanne up until now. I think you met the moment with this group of personalities, and I know we'll continue to have conversations. Before we do adjourn, I'd like to remind everyone that the August 26th board meeting is canceled. That is already listed on the website. But we encourage everyone and everyone listening to join us for the Cornelius ribbon cutting and grand opening celebration from 4 to 6 on the 26th. So, and with that, I will adjourn this meeting and hand it over to Dave Porter at 1:57 p.m.
Nice job, and we're on.
Yeah. All right, David Warner, it's all you.
Well, everyone can get up and mill around. I just gotta close everything down and just do not move without getting.
Thanks, everyone.